Just real quick before we do, I've got a couple donation comments that are probably worth reading. We had $20 from one Essentia. It says, Essentia here, final donation for the marathon. Hey, Essentia and puwexil. I hope this isn't a bad omen, but I knew you'd do a great job here. You've always kept your rep tight. Give us a heck run, keep up your zeal, and remember, it's shala about the charity here. I think I speak for both puwexil and Essentia when I say thank you so much for that donation. Please keep them coming. We also received a $203.39 donation that says hug the hero of the Wonder Shot, and it notes that the donation amount was randomized. And we received $150 from Stinger PA. It is time. Our Lord and Master, the Demon Chocobo, will rise to combat his greatest foes once again. puwexil and Essentia must feel the suffering of his wrath. RPG Jerkbird, RPG Jerkbird, RPG Jerkbird.
Thanks for the donation, Stinger.
He sounds so enthusiastic.
All right, so real quick before we head to the actual run, I just want to remind you guys that there are a lot of bid wars for different things in this game. 3 of them in particular are name choices for Chrono, Luca, and Marley, which will close the instant they start the new game. So please get your donations in. Well, with Twitch delay, get your donations in about 30 seconds ago. Otherwise, you're probably going to miss it. We will be cutting off the other names at times to be announced during the run, basically a couple minutes before we acquire each character. We also have a bid war for choosing the ending and choosing which character hugs Chrono upon death peak later in the run.
Okay, well, I think we're ready for Chrono's name.
Yeah. So you might be wondering how we got to this point without actually selecting new game, which you normally do to start a new game in a RPG. Reason for that is because before we came out here, we actually deleted all the save files on our cart, which is something you can just do within the game's programming by holding start and select on Controller 2. Reason we did that is for RNG manipulation, which we'll be doing quite a bit of in this run and kind of explaining more as we start to do it. But deleting all the saves lets us go directly to a new game without ever actually seeing the save select screen, which is part of the setup for the manipulation. So a normal speedrun would actually start timing when we close the title screen, but because of the bid wars and stuff, we're going to start the timer after we finish naming Chrono.
And speaking of which, your name for Chrono is Iwata. And just as a reminder for viewers, it is not possible in Chrono Trigger to name multiple characters the same thing, so there will only be one Iwata in this run.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Well, welcome to Chrono Trigger. This is going to be a Chrono Trigger 100% speedrun, thanks to the crazy generous donations we've been getting all this week. I was a little concerned when I saw what the donation target was for doing the 100% run this time, but we made it with a lot of time to spare, too. So what 100% in Chrono Trigger means is doing all side quests that are defined by the Guru of Time after we get the flying time machine. And the first half of the game, up until about the Black Tyranno, is pretty similar to the any percent category, which does quite a bit less of the storyline and side quests. So we'll point out once the routes start to diverge. But I guess with that, sit back, enjoy the ride, enjoy the music, and enjoy the really crazy stuff we're about to do to this game. So first thing she's doing is both setting her battle cursor memory, and then which makes the cursor remember your last action, then also turn the battle speed up to 1 in order to make her characters as fast as possible.
So is Luca what I think it is?
Why, yes, my dear friend. Luca's name is Demon. And I might add, this is but the first part of our three-part plan. So just to remind you all at home, the final party in this game is going to be Magus, Luca, and Robo in that order. Our goal is to name those three characters Hail, Demon, Choco.
Well, speaking of other characters, what is Marley's name?
Marley's name is going to be Nadia.
Okay.
So it was important there that she pick up the pendant without talking to Marley again after gaining control, and that's part of manipulating the trial that's coming up in about 25 minutes or so.
It's still not 100% because the second juror is random.
Well, yeah, we'll get more into the trial when we get there, but what we're doing in the fair is all part of setting up the outcome that we would like.
We received $200 from Chrono's mom, and it says, "Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your allowance, dear. Have fun at the SGDQ."
So in New Game Plus, there's what they refer to as the candy skip. It's not really realistic here because we have to come back through this screen, and if you did the candy skip, it would just trigger the moment we came back down the stairs.
It's a very, very, very hard skip too, but it's only useful in New Game Plus because you don't come back from here and you just go directly to the final boss and win in about 7 minutes total.
I actually have a rather substantial donation that I'd like to get to here because it is largely responsible for two of our name choices so far. It is a $2,500 donation, and it simply says, "Thanks for the great runs this week." Thank you very much for your donation. I think it deserves a little bit of a round of applause here, if you don't mind. We also received a $1,000 donation from one of our Super Metroid competitors, Strayvaris. This has been an extraordinary SGDQ, and I'm so sad to see it reaching the end. Many thanks to the staff, volunteers, and runners to make this a possibility. Already looking forward to AGDQ 2016. As for you, viewers, I challenge you. I challenge you to donate to surpass the total from AGDQ 2015. Just do it. 1.6 million hype.
That would be amazing.
I think we can do that.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
We also received $300 from an anonymous donor that asks, so 100% Chrono Trigger means getting all the endings, right?
Well, if you want to see 100% ending speedruns, you should totally check out another Chrono Trigger runner named Abda Jr.
Yeah, he did that. Did he do it again? I know he did it
Yeah,
once.
he did one earlier today, I think.
He's been
Today.
working on it again. Yeah. Our definition of 100%, like I said a few minutes ago, is all side quests, which makes you do pretty much everything there is in the game within one file, basically, without having to use New Game Plus mode or get multiple endings. And to give perspective, 100% is about a 5-hour run, and all endings, I think the record for that is over 12. All right, so here we have our first battle against these blue imps. This is where we're going to be starting to do what's called RNG manipulation in order to be able to control the outcome of battles in this game to our favor. So what she did was she killed that first imp, waited for the second one to attack, and then held down the X button for the rest of the fight. A pretty little-known mechanic in this game is that if you have the battle memory cursor enabled, if you hold or press the X button, you can automatically queue regular attacks, which is nice because it buffers it to go on the first frame you gain control. And coming up right here is what we call the bird skip.
Which I'm bad at.
Yeah, this is actually one of the hardest battle skips in the game, and we have to do it 3 times over the course of the run. Basically, Well, you'll see it again more times, but she was trying to line up Chrono's foot with the end of the bridge and then move up and kind of get pressed around the edge of the cliff there to avoid that fight trigger.
One of the things there is that a lot of people don't actually realize you can run away in this game. You hold L and R at the same time, and she also utilized a glitch where if you're holding L and R and you enter any of the sub-menus, the battle will pause, but it's still counting up the timer that determines how long you have to hold the runaway. So when the sprite's changed for the runaway animation, you could just exit out of it and run away immediately.
Yes, and this, it's of course battle mode wait, which means going into the item or tech menus will pause the ATBs of all the other characters, including the enemies.
Yeah, we generally like to use the tech menu for that trick too, just because the L and R buttons, when you're in the item menu, can scroll it up and down, and we want to avoid that as much as possible, just because it can mess up the position of the memory cursor. But using that, we're going to be using that trick pretty much every battle that we run away from, and that generally guarantees that we can run away without getting attacked by enemies, which becomes more and more useful as the run goes on.
Yeah, that comes back to the RNG manipulation you were talking about earlier. And you said one of the nice things is that bird battle doesn't actually mess with the RNG seed you're using, doesn't it?
It does a little bit, but not really substantially. It's just going to slow down one or two of the fights in the cathedral by like an action or so. Because in this game, like we were saying, we're going to be manipulating the outcome of battles, pretty much making them follow a script where we already know like who's going to attack whom, how much damage is going to be done, when critical hits happen, and doing that requires just kind of doing our actions in a predefined order, and sometimes waiting for enemies to take actions too. And then we're also going to be doing some reseeding by saving and resetting the game, but we'll point that out when we do it for the first time. But getting into extra fights that aren't part of our route can in a lot of cases can throw off the manipulation. But fortunately, even though getting that extra fight on the bridge is going to cause some very minor issues, we're going to be reseeding the RNG in the not too distant future, and then get back on sync with our route then. So it's very forgiving for the most part, compared to a lot of other RPGs like Earthbound that have RNG manipulation.
And we do have backup strats for a lot of the bosses and stuff, so if the RNG does get off, we'll still be okay.
Probably have time for a donation or two now as well.
Yes, and just a note that we have now cut off Frog's name, as they will be picking him up very shortly. So we'll have that name for you in a moment. I have 3 very important donations to read. I've got $50 from Cyberbot X. Well, everyone, this is my final donation of the marathon. I wish I could have donated more, and I wish I could have been there with you all. Good luck all the same to puwexil and Essentia. I'd like to give thanks to everyone involved in making SGDQ 2015 such a huge success. That includes the runners, the donation station, the hosts, the tech station, the rest of the GDQ staff, everyone in the chats, all the donors and viewers. And we received $200 from our very own Blue Glass. It says, every time I come to these marathons, I find myself amazed. I started watching all the way back with CGDQ, donating a few marathons after that, and attending starting with AGDQ 2013. I'm amazed not only by the massive amounts of money raised, not only by the incredible gaming skill on display, but also by the people present, how friendly and supportive of each other everyone is. Just wandering around, you can see people playing games, working together on new runs, or improving strats for existing games, or maybe just talking and having a good time, all while donating a week, not counting all the work the staff and runners put in outside the marathon itself, to great causes like MSF and PCF. Thank you to everyone involved for creating an amazing experience for 2 weeks every year.
All right, so these 2 fights that she's doing right here are very much avoidable, but before we actually enter the cathedral, the first dungeon of the game, we need to learn some techs, which are the equivalent of magic basically in this game, although they're also physical-based techs. So we fight 2 battles with these Raleigh enemies here in order for Chrono to learn his first tech, Cyclone, and then Luca to learn Flame Toss, which in my opinion, one of the most fun parts of this game is the tech combo system, which lets you combine characters' techs into a combo, which in a lot of cases is stronger than the 2 techs combined. And we need Fire Whirl for this next, both this next fight coming up and then and then we'll be needing more text later on too.
You'll notice that she was able to make one of the characters crit in that battle, and that's actually one of the things we can manipulate with the RNG manipulation. She waited for a particular moment to attack and knew that that would create a critical to kill one of them in one hit.
And here it's important that these nuggets move in such a way that you can hit as many of them as possible, and they are not cooperating right now.
Optimally, we can kill 3 of them with the first fire whirl, but just because the manipulation's a little bit off, they're not kind of moving together as closely as they should be, so it's going to take 2 fire whirls, but we should still have a pretty fast fight here. Because the main thing that we don't want to have happen here is any of the negats to use their slow spell, which has a really long animation and gives you the slow status, so then it makes your next turns even slower.
So what's our name for Frog?
It looks like Frog's name is going to be Bubby. There's B-U-B-B-Y. If you will, I've got just one more donation for the moment. Well, I have a lot of donations, but one more that really, really deserves a mention, and that is that we received a $10,000 donation. This individual donated anonymously and also did not leave a comment, but $5,000 each went to Magus for Wubby and Robo for Yugarsat. So we are now slightly behind on the Demon Chocobo thing, but that's okay. That's just a minor setback. We have plenty of time. Essentially, would you mind telling us about how long we have before Robo's name is set?
I would say about maybe 40 minutes into the run.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so you have on the order of 30 minutes to get your donations in and name Robo the correct thing, which is, of course, Choco.
I just really want to thank that anonymous donor.
I don't. I mean, for the donation, yes, but it's all good, man. Mm-hmm. Seriously, that was very generous of you.
I'm not sure which entertains me more, trolling Essentia and Puwexil or Voligen.
I believe the correct answer is yes.
All right, so most of the fights in this room you can avoid just by moving around the trigger, but this one you have to do in order to play the organ, in order to gain access to the boss. So, since we're about to really start having some fun with this game in ways that the developers didn't really intend, maybe I'll just kind of start explaining some of the first 2 glitches that we're going to be using. There's actually 3 glitches that she's going to be doing when we get into the next room after this, but one of them I'll hold off on explaining a bit later. But the first one is called the fade out glitch, and that's a glitch we're going to be using to actually skip a lot of event triggers in the game, either for fights or cutscenes. And that's basically triggering a screen transition and then interrupting it by opening the menu. And then we can actually buffer movement because it takes the game 8 frames to fade out between opening and closing the menu. And what she's going to be doing coming up shortly is actually using that glitch and then touching a save point at the end of it. And then that glitches the game out so that you can actually save the game anywhere you want to, up until the next time you enter a screen that has a save point on it. So now that we've had that little fade out glitch 101, let's see what we can do with it.
It's also important to note that means any screen with an actual save point, not just anywhere you can save, so you can carry it through the world map.
So she's setting up the save anywhere glitch there. And doing a bit of menuing here too. This is that other glitch I mentioned, but we'll explain that later on. Using some power tabs to boost Chrono's strength, and then saving and resetting the game, which we're not supposed to be able to do out here because there's no save point.
And predictably, the game doesn't know exactly what to do at this point.
Yeah. So using that reset let us gain movement control of Chrono when we're supposed to be in the cutscene before the Yakra fight. And now we're just going to kind of dance around a little bit here. This is what we call text canceling too, which is where she's running in and out of kind of the zone of conversation, so she can close some text boxes before they finish drawing.
You can see Chrono's in his battle animation, just sort of sliding back and forth.
What happened to Luca?
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
Oh, she'll come up. She'll
Yeah.
show up. Just wait.
Yeah.
There she is. Hey, come back, come back. Luca.
Luca.
She doesn't like her name, I bet.
It's all Voligin's fault. She ran
Yeah.
off.
Blame Voligin.
I accept this.
Okay, there we go. Now we can move on.
Yeah, that's one of the things that can happen if you get Luca to go off screen. The game just doesn't really handle
You would not
it
do this
well.
in a normal speed run, too. We're just having some fun, basically, with the because you can actually glitch the graphics out too, and like make Yakra turn blue or the Queen turn into a zombie. But yeah, that was the Yakra skip, the first boss skip we're going to be doing as part of the run. I like to compare it a lot to the Max skip in Super Mario RPG because we utilize the fact that if you rescue the real Chancellor and then talk to the Queen, which you're not supposed to be able to do until you've defeated Yakra, you can continue the story. But doing that before fighting Yakra by using that glitch, then let us just skip the fight completely instead of just being stuck forever in that room, which would probably be what would happen otherwise. So I think we can have some more donations for the next couple minutes during this cutscene.
Sure, we've got $100 from Odin Smash.
Oh, that's a friend of mine.
He says, hype to see Chrono Trigger 100%. Kudos to the community, especially the tech crew, for making this yet another successful event. Shout out to my friend Puwexil, and good luck to you and Essentia on the run. Put this towards the epic ending, because why would you ever want to destroy a time machine? P.S. Don't forget the Prism Helms.
We will try.
And we have $1,000 from Akusai. Good luck on the run. Let's end this event with a bang and beat the total amount from AGDQ. Well, if you guys keep sending in donations like that, I bet we can do it.
All right, so you're supposed to talk to Frog and hear some great music, but we're jerks, so we're going to just leave him to sulk there and move on.
You will hear that music later, though, so not a complete loss.
Okay. So here we're avoiding all the fight triggers because we don't want to fight anything now. All right, so we're going to be, now before we go back to the present, we're actually going to be doing another save and reload in order to skip this fight here, which is meant to be unavoidable. Because the fight you get in this Truce Canyon is different depending on whether you come from the time portal or the overworld. Coming from if we reset, it makes it load that double bird fight, which we can avoid, instead of the Imp and Raleigh, which is supposed to be there and which is unavoidable. It only saves a couple seconds to do that reset to avoid the fight, but that's what we're here to do.
I find it amusing that Luca's manipulating time gates and being called amazing while being named Demon.
This is just the beginning. We have $1,024 from an anonymous donor. It says, I can't watch the Chrono Trigger run live this year, but all hail Demon Chocobo.
Thanks for the donation, though.
Yeah, I suppose we should at some point explain the whole Demon Chocobo thing.
Do we have to?
Actually, Essentia, would you mind telling us where the Demon Chocobo came from?
No, I don't want to.
I can handle that if you want.
So the Demon Chocobo is
An
originally...
experience.
Yeah, it's originally from the FF6 menu screen where you can modify what it is, and Essentia at one point was on stream just kind of messing around with it, and she created this absolutely hideous thing not long before the first Crystals for Life event. It's unfortunate hitting that battle, but...
We can fix it once we move on.
And it became a thing, raised a lot in donations because she decided to offer it up as an incentive because it was just that hilariously, well,
I didn't decide to. The organizer told me to. It's gonna be one.
So the
no,
Demon
I remember the
Chocobo-
post. I remember the post. It was, this could be some, I think this could be something. And he said, yeah, that looks good. Let's do it.
So the Demon Chocobo, it's the frame has tiled chocobos on it, and you can mess with the colors of the frame as well. So it winds up with this like purple and red monstrosity on the background. It was actually the point for the second Crystals for Life. Puwexil had to specifically practice playing with that in the background in order to actually be able to see what he was doing.
Yeah, so since Chrono Trigger doesn't really have an equivalent to that as far as just an absolutely hideous menu background that you find donors could use to either make the stream more pleasant to look at or to troll us mercilessly, our friend over on the host mic there, I guess, came up with a replacement in order to. I think we heard a comment say to make the Demon Chocobo burn our hearts, if not our eyes.
So this is what we were talking about earlier, where we can only control what happens in this trial somewhat by making sure that we pick up the pendant before talking to Marley. It means that one of the jurors will vote us guilty. We can do a few other things to make other jurors vote us guilty, but they don't actually save enough time.
Yes, it takes too much time to go out of the way to, for example, play the soda drinking game or to eat the guy's lunch.
The reason why we want to get guilty too is because it saves a couple text boxes in the cutscene after you get thrown in jail, about like 6 seconds, I think.
So we gotta cross our fingers and hope the one juror that we can't control decides that we are guilty.
Love this music, by the way.
So see here, I'm admitting.
Yeah, I mean, she's admitting to kidnapping the princess. I mean, how could they possibly find Chrono innocent now? All right, juror number 2 is who decides Chrono's fate.
All right.
The Demon Chocobo strikes again.
So why are they all old men? Aren't they supposed to be our peers?
I'm with the guys in the foreground too. Whenever the Demon Chocobo is mentioned out too.
We're actually receiving a very large number of very substantial donations. I'm going to read off a couple more. We got a $1,300 donation from Nivek Astareth, which says, "Can I just say I love it every time I see Essentia and puwexil running on the schedule. What a way to close out a great week." And this went to Runner's Choice.
Oh, yay!
As you may be able to guess,
but
Runner's Choice is not in favor of Demon Chocobo.
we also received a $1,645.53 donation. I have no idea where that number came from Franklin, and it says, "Finally, my favorite RPG of all time. It's been so much fun watching y'all every year. A few years ago, GDQs introduced me to Twitch and speedrunning. Now they are both important parts of my life. Thank you for everything." Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Good luck, have fun. Thank you all so much for your donations. Your generosity is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so that last text with the with the warden saying he hadn't heard about the execution is only in this cutscene if you're found not guilty. So it just eats a couple seconds. I mean, in normal play, you would want to be not guilty because that pink bag right there has some ethers in it, which we're not even going to get because we don't need them. So because of getting that extra fight with the mushrooms in Guardia Forest, Essentia is saving and reloading here as part of our RNG manipulation route for the Dragon Tank boss fight coming up soon.
This is the beginning of a theme of incompetent prisons in this game.
Yeah, because the Chancellor went to the whole trouble of framing Chrono for kidnapping the princess and everything, but he kind of neglected to take away his sword when he threw him in jail. And yeah. So for this fight with the guard here, we're going to just one-shot him with Cyclone, and we want to see 60 damage as a cue that we're on the right RNG seed for the Dragon Tank.
Those guys do have exactly 60 HP, so using a skill is necessary to guarantee killing them.
So we want to avoid those shields.
That's actually very tight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a tight window there, and it's not really perfectly centered with the gap between the shields, too, so it takes a bit of practice. Now, she's using the fade-out glitch again here in order to skip a fight with 2 guards on this bridge, and doing this skip doesn't really save much time over actually just doing the fight and cycloning both of them, but doing it because of just avoiding the fight and keeping the RNG from changing, that's part of our route in order to get what we want for the Dragon Tank. Okay, these guards right here have random turning patterns, and every once in a while they can be jerks and quickly turn around and catch us. And that's also bad because that fight messes with the RNG. All right, nice. Good. So we just need to avoid another set of shields, and then we'll be all set.
So one of the things we keep mentioning is RNG. So if in case you're not familiar, it is short for random number generator. And on the Super Nintendo, it is very procedural. And if you can set things up so you do things in the same order, or in this game, it's based on when you load a file on the save screen, what frame you load it on, you can make sure that the same RNG patterns are loaded every time.
Yeah, RNG in speedrunner lingo is just kind of a catch-all for referring to random elements in a game, generally that have some kind of impact on the speedrun route and strats. All right, so this is Dragon Tank, the first boss that we are actually going to fight, because this whole run isn't just about skipping stuff. There are quite a few battles and bosses that we are going to be fighting. So this is with the RNG manipulation, this is kind of a tight fight too, as far as winning before he kills you. So because of the manipulation, Chrono is actually guaranteed to get critical hits for most of the attacks. Because the head has the most HP and also is able to heal the other parts of it. So we're going to take the head out first in order to stop it from healing the rest of it before we attack.
You'll see that in some instances, even though she can just hold down the X button to attack immediately, she will wait for certain things to happen. And that's part of just making sure that the RNG is proceeding in the way that we want it to get the result we want.
Mm-hmm. It definitely helps a lot here that this manipulation is all based around doing stuff when the battle is paused because of other battle animations going on, like the Dragon Tank shooting fire. She was able to cue Flame Toss and Cyclone. So the Cyclone should take out the head. Then the end of the fight is a little tense too, because she has a kind of a tight window in order to use a Flame Toss before the tank would roll her over, which would kill you because of how low our HP is right now. There we go, nice.
And if you're thinking, why didn't we skip this fight? Well, it's because it's not possible. Not all fights can be skipped. Just the simple nature of the trigger for this boss fight means it can't be skipped.
Some other fights that are skippable would mean that we wouldn't be able to progress in the game as well. We need something to happen after the boss fight to
What
be
you
able to
did there
progress.
with kind of walking into that guard and then kind of wiggling around him was to skip a really short cutscene trigger there too, where the guards start chasing you down the hallway. And then Luca pulls out her gun and talks about busting out.
How do you guys feel about some donations?
It's a good time for
Yeah,
them.
a couple
Well, we're
minutes of
having
cutscenes. Take it away,
a
sir.
regular groundswell of support for the Demon Chocobo. And I would never, ever be cherry-picking donations to support this narrative either. But we do have $50 from Elrin, which says, we can't possibly let a single person ruin the plan to bring back the Demon Chocobo. All of this going to naming Robo Choco. And we received $25 from X Full Metal 17. He says, X Full Metal 17 here. Really enjoyed the marathon this week. Put this to naming Robo Choco so Essentia and puwexil can have that much more fun with the run. And $500 from Kuroi Tsubasa Tenshi. Says, I'm always impressed with all the effort everyone, runners and staff alike, put into this. It's great to see how everything has evolved to continue one-upping the last year and creating the most awesome charity events around. Save the animal, by which I mean the greatest of all evil birds. All hail.
Just to note, we are actually getting quite a bit closer to where we are going to be cutting off the name for Robo. It's going to be the race with Johnny, isn't it?
Yeah, when she crosses the finish line during the Johnny race, which is maybe like 10 minutes away or so.
Come on, guys, I believe in you.
I'm amused either way. I love that face.
Yeah. Chancellor face.
We have another very special donation, $50 from one Yellow Bug. It says, thank you for fulfilling my wife's wish and defeating the Demon Chocobo. Now let's all help Luca get a hug. She could use one. P.S. The kiddos say, we are playing under the blankets.
Hi, girls!
Oh, and good luck playing your game, too.
Yeah.
Thanks for your donation, Denton, but we're not defeated yet.
All right, so here she's using a trick too, where she lets one of these rats steal a tonic from her on purpose, and that because while that stole a tonic text box is up on the screen, you can actually run through a fight trigger without setting it off. So she could do it again here to skip this one too, but you can also instead you can just run to the and skim the bottom wall to avoid it too.
Yeah, it's just kind of runner preference what you do here.
So there's a lot of skips and tricks in this game that have different ways to do it, and different runners have their own routes. So that was a pretty smooth lap 16, kind of the barometers generally that you get through before the music loops. Right. Everybody loves the Enertron, right? Okay, the food torture machine.
But you're still hungry.
Well, we do have, like, cake outside. Do you guys want some?
I already had cake.
Wow. Fine, then.
All right, so Essentia is equipping some upgraded weapons, then also the Berserker relic we just picked up, and then also actually remapping the controls on her controller, which seems like kind of an odd thing to do after she's already been playing for about half an hour and some change.
There is, however, a very good reason for
Yes.
it, and it's kind of silly, actually.
Yeah, because in this room right here, there's supposed to be a boss called the Guardian, and you can use the fade out glitch to skip it by just buffering until you hit the trigger for the boss, and then that. But this room has a kind of a troll mechanic to it, where it's meant to be that if you open the menu before you fight the Guardian, when you come out of it, there's robots there that attack you. But the way the game is programmed, actually, is that it's not actually technically opening the menu that activates the robots. It's pressing the X button, which is the default menu button. So by remapping the controls so that A becomes menu, we can actually use the fade-out glitch to skip the Guardian without any trouble.
And all this is necessary because the rat and the password it gives us doesn't become active until all of this. Even though later on in this whole section, you can, if you know the password in advance, you can skip a large section of the factory. You can't actually enter the password for the second half of this dome until you actually talk to the rat.
Yeah, because I mean, if you've already played the game and know the password, I mean, you'd be able to skip the Guardian just by going through the switch.
And not too long ago, we kind of were talking about how it's actually kind of similar to the soft reset on the SNES, the password is.
Oh yeah.
So maybe that's why they say don't get it wrong.
Or you'll accidentally
Yeah, I guess we
reset.
probably should have mentioned that too. Like whenever we're resetting in this run, we're not actually hitting the reset button on the Super Nintendo console. We're just holding down select and start and then L and R all at the same time, and that's just soft resets the game back to the title screen.
And of course, another skip here to make this cutscene last a lot less time.
Oh, I thought we
Which-
did it just to stand in the consoles.
Yeah.
Also has some interesting graphical results.
Yes, because you can use the fade out glitch to not only skip fights, but also to skip certain cutscenes, like this one, where we skipped a couple minutes worth of first finding out about the Proto-Dome Gate and then about the Day of Lavos.
The game makes quite a bit less sense without the whole finding out about Lavos.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'll throw in a donation or two before we get to the Johnny race, since that's probably serious time. Kappa. We have $500 from an anonymous donor. It asks a question: what is Robo's favorite movie? The answer is Back to the Future. Here's to reviving the Demon Chocobo. We also have $30 from Fatful that says, Essentia, this is future you. No time to explain, but you need to change your mind about Choco Demon. The fate of humanity depends on it.
Well, I guess the fate of humanity is doomed.
We received $100 from C.O. Plank. Money goes towards Luca hugging Chrono because I couldn't find John Cena as one of the hug choices. Anyway, thanks to all the supporters of DDQ. And we received $100 from Professor NES. It says, Hail Demon Choco, and best of luck, Essentia puwexil.
Thank you. All right, so coming up after escaping the Eris Dome, we have Lab 32, which is basically just a mini game called the Johnny Race. Well, like the name implies, we're racing against a robot called Johnny. And the first time we come here, we have to attempt the race at least once, because it is actually faster to just walk across the ruins and run away from 2 battles with mutants than to do the race. But because we have to attempt the race once, and there's no way to like instant quit out of it, we want to win. And the optimal strategy for the Johnny race is actually to stay in front of Johnny as much as possible, because that saves about a second. If you just keep having Johnny bump into you, because it speeds up you getting to the finish line very slightly. But it also makes it a lot riskier as far as actually winning the race, because you do have to win the race in order to end up on the other side of Lab 32.
So basically, instead, she's just going to try to avoid collisions to get a neutral time, which also sets up conveniently for a boost at the very end to win the race.
There is also a strategy where you bump into him twice, and it will set up the goal in a more convenient spot. We got a few more bumps than that.
Yeah,
so
letting him bump into you kind of cancels out an extra bump, too. There we go.
I really don't like that race.
Yeah, if you lose the race, it costs about a minute, just because even though we could then just walk across the ruins, we would actually do the race again, just because the fights we'd have to run away from in the ruins would mess with the RNG manipulation. Which is going to be coming right back into play for this fight here. Using the Enertron actually makes this fight a lot safer. If we still are HP run down from the Dragon Tank, then the window would be kind of tight to kill that top robot before it kills Chrono, basically. But yeah, that's why we equip the Berserker on Marley in the Eris Dome, is that she gets guaranteed critical hits, and which can then one-shot these robots. And coming up here, we need to be very, very quiet and walk across the platform.
Yeah, if you run there, they attack you.
yeah, it's an interesting trigger. It's different from a lot of the other ones. It's just based on whether you're walking or running.
I'm afraid to ask what Robo's name is.
Vulgen looks displeased. Uh-oh.
I wouldn't call that a displeased look.
Maybe he was displeased before the refresh. I guess we're about to find out.
I'm just trying to gather myself for this announcement.
Now you're just buying time.
It of course, it's very tough to announce news like this, but unfortunately, the name for Robo will be Yugarsat. I'm very sorry to everyone. However, this name alone raised $26,922. So thank you very much for your donations.
So how do you spell that?
So this is actually a 6-character name, so you will need to, I guess, abbreviate it.
Just I don't know.
Or you could truncate it. I think either one's probably okay.
Well, we could do it that way.
And we did receive another $1,000 donation from an anonymous donor with no comment in favor of Yugarsat for Robo. However, I don't consider this the end. Personally, I'm perfectly happy to have Hail continue to win for Magus, and we can have Hail Demon, and we can just in our hearts imagine what's there. The true name for Robo. So feel free to keep donating for that. Don't stop now, followers of the Demon Chocobo.
No, Demon Chocobo has been defeated. Come on.
We will never admit defeat, Essentia.
That's why she picked. Again, you may. Okay, so anyway, you get to choose whether to take Marley or Luca with you into the factory, and I think some older routes actually brought Marley, but we're actually going to be taking Luca in order to make the boss fight a little bit safer. So this upcoming fight here with the acid is the last bit of RNG manipulation we're going to be doing for a little while. Because these acids and alkalines, the slime-type enemies in the factory, have really high defense. But if we get a guaranteed critical from Robo, we can one-shot it.
Yeah, that was a manipulated critical.
Yeah, the fact that it did 10 damage was also manipulated too, because you can get like 2 damage criticals too. For bad enough luck.
Yeah, and this is where we have to cross our fingers for the upcoming acid and alkaline fight. Not the next one, but one coming after that.
Yeah. So this one here is generally it's the first forced battle that we're going to be running away from. So if you missed our earlier explanation, she as soon as Chrono's turn came up, she went into his tech menu while still holding the L and R buttons, and then as soon as her character's sprites all changed to their running away pose, she left the tech menu and then ran away immediately without getting attacked. So she's running around some battle triggers here. And then this next fight that happens when you examine the computer here is actually one of the worst in the game, because it's a fight against 5 acids or alkalines, and the exact combination of them is random. We want the more green ones, the alkalines, the better. This is actually a pretty mediocre pattern here, because the green ones have 1 less HP and they have less defense. But the more of them that are green, the better, basically. Because if you attack a green one when there's a red one nearby, they have a chance of doing a chemical fusion counterattack that hits your whole party for about 30 damage. So this is taking a little bit of a risk here, but she's already gotten some hits in. Okay, there's that chemical fusion attack, but she's only getting it once, so that isn't really that bad. And then the other green one's almost dead, too. We do need to keep an eye on Chrono's MP during this fight too, because he needs at least 8 MP left for the boss. And there you see the acids are only taking 1 damage from Cyclone just because their defense stat is so high, even though they only have 10 hit points each. I thought that was actually a pretty good fight.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good
for
one.
only having 2 greens and them not being them being kind of spread out as far as how they group together at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely
It
can
definitely
be far
behaved when
worse.
grouped up.
Okay, so what you're expected to do actually is go through the east half of the factory and solve some puzzles with like moving barrels around in order to find this password. But unlike in the Aristome, if you already know the Zabby password, you can just skip the entire east half of the factory. So here we're healing up to get ready for the R series fight. We'll boss, and also taking the battle speed down slightly in order to make it a lot safer. It also helps a little bit in the dungeon coming up after this, as far as running away from some fixed battle triggers too.
The R-Series fight was actually pretty dangerous until it was figured out how to manipulate their ATB a little bit.
Yeah, because we're not going to be RNG manipulating the R-Series fight because of the 5 acid alkaline fight on the floor above being random as far as what we fight and how it plays out. We lose our RNG manipulation by design at that point. But fortunately, the R-Series have the way their AI is programmed is pretty easy to take advantage of just through the order that we attack them, and could probably have some donations during this very heart-rending scene coming up here. But then once the fight actually gets started, we'll explain the strategy.
Sure thing. We got I've been reading a lot of very large donation amounts because, of course, we're getting a huge number of those, and we're very thankful for you guys. We're also very thankful for anyone donating any amount, so I want to read some of these other donations that are also coming through. We received $30 from Geistzig. It says, my first live GDQ, and it's been a really enjoyable week. I discovered GDQ after I saw Spike Vegeta and puwexil's Final Fantasy IX run in 2013, and I've spent countless hours watching runs since then. You've all done a wonderful job. Is there any chance of a Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals or Rogue Galaxy run at future GDQs? Lufia 2, we had a run at RPG Limit Break. I think it could make a pretty decent GDQ game. Rogue Galaxy,
Well, the one thing we say is if you want to see a speed run, do it yourself.
Agreed. So feel free to learn those games and possibly offer them. Really quick, we also received $10 from Ronze, and it said, I for one welcome our new Demon Chocobo Overlord. Well, alas.
All right, so we're going to be fighting the R-Series. They've got 150 hit points each, and with our stats, it takes 2 Cyclones from Chrono to kill them. But we're actually going to Cyclone the front row, but then switch our targets to the back row. And that's because it's a quirk with their AI. Doing that cancels their next turn. So let's see what happens here. Because we should only get attacked a total of 6 times here, and as long as all 6 of those attacks don't target Luca, then we should be fine as far as survival. So now she's going to Cyclone the back row twice to kill them, and then also have Luca both attack and then Flame Toss the first one in the targeting list to kill that, and that's for safety, because then unless all 6 of the attacks hit Luca, then there's no chance to lose at this point.
Yeah, without that manipulation, we're dropping them below half resets their ATB. This fight is actually extremely dangerous.
Yeah, because she's bypassing them using some of their nastier attacks too, like them creating this explosion that hits both Chrono and Luca, and then like tossing them back and forth too. So we're just only seeing their kind of regular punch and then their rocket punch, which are pretty manageable.
And with 6 of them, if they all decide to gang up on someone, they can just kill them pretty quickly.
They can probably have some more donations.
Of course. And there's no end to them. We have $100 from Malexi, a runner who attended SGDQ and ran Freedom Planet, and says, just realized I've been here all week and I haven't donated yet. What's wrong with me? Here, have 100. Also, we're at 1.1 million so far. AGDQ 2015 made it to 1.5 million, and there's 4 hours left. Let's have SGDQ come out ahead for once. Maybe it's a lofty goal, but I think we can make it. 1.5 million hype. P.S. All hail Demon Chocobo. We also received 150 from Seishura. It says, good luck to both Essentia and puwexil in this epic run of Chrono Trigger. My money goes toward puwexil's choice in the ending, balloons or epic. Good luck, and believe in the Wonder Shot.
I'll go for the epoch ending. So we have a little, we have some more talking here, but then it's going to be time for the viewer participation part of the speedrun. sure we can have another donation or two during this first part of it.
Sure thing. We've got $100 from Bad Robot. Starting and ending with 100% runs? Very impressive. I guess I have to donate during both. Thank you, staff and runners, for a memorable week. This year's marathon has been nothing short of amazing. Hug Luca for me, Essentia. We also received $50 from Sandwiches. I don't know how Sandwiches are donating, but donation 7 and my final donation of the run. Thanks for the week of entertainment. Better luck next time, Demon Chocobo. Keep on trucking. Oh, we will.
All right. So I'm sure a lot of people watching have never actually seen Specchio as a frog like this before. It's because Specchio's form is based on your party leader's level. And I want to say that it's level 10 or lower for Chrono is what triggers Specchio to be this frog instead of a Killwalla.
It's either 9 or 10. That's the max level. I can't remember off the top of my head either.
So we're going to need some help in order to both to make this a great run and also to get to like $1.5 million or so during the course of it. So please help us out by thinking magic, and if you feel compelled to, please also walk around circles in the room that you're in right now.
And also, right here, very, very difficult skip coming up.
We call this the Specchio skip.
Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah, good luck, Essentia.
Serious time for this, guys.
It's coming up in a few seconds here. Yay!
Okay,
got it.
You'd be surprised how easy it is to just not pay attention when you're doing a run and just keep mashing the A button and say yes to fighting Specchio, which wastes a bit of time.
I'm very hyped for Magus skip later in the run.
Don't eat the meal this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can eat that cake there in order
Cake.
to...
Wait, you guys said we had cake, right?
You can eat that cake to refill your HP and MP, but you can only do it once, and we're saving it for later.
Yeah, they may let you eat cake, but we're having none of it.
I mean, we're still hungry from the Enertron. We don't actually get to eat for a while. So we're a little pit stop here in Ozzy's house to pick up these tabs. If it didn't say so earlier, tabs permanently increase one of your stats by 1, either strength, magic, or speed. Speed is probably the most important stat in the game, just because that affects how fast your ATB bar fills, and it's part of some of the manipulation we're doing too.
So that was a little luck that Marley got a critical. Because right now, we're still off the RNG. We're not manipulating it because of the acids and alkalines before.
You also saw Chrono use Slash. That's an attack that's going to be important over the next, I don't know, a certain portion of the run.
Yeah, because when you learn magic from Specchio, if you haven't already learned both of the techs that the game lets you learn before that point, it just gives it to you. So that's like how Chrono got Slash, Marley got Aura and Provoke, and Luca got Hypno Wave, which we hadn't actually gained enough tech points to learn normally because of avoiding or running away from too many fights.
But Slash is nice because not only is it a faster animation than either Lightning or Cyclone, but it deals magic damage, which is going to be important in a couple fights.
Yeah, and it's also Lightning Elemental. Even though it's technically a wind attack, that falls under the lightning element. Okay, so she's doing the fade out glitch here in order to skip a fight, a pretty slow fight as far as this build up to it.
Did I get that?
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky skip here where you have to really hug that corner when you come up the ladder in order to not activate these bats. They're the bats from Final Fantasy IV, back for more.
Night bat.
Just go up the right side of that screen to avoid that fight. And okay, now we're actually going to be skipping the Heckran boss fight, which is one of the harder boss skips in the game. So we set up the save anywhere glitch by using fade out to hit this save point here, and then we're going to make a safety save. This isn't technically necessary, and okay, that looked pretty good to me. So we're reloading inside the triggered zone for the Heckran fight.
Oh, wow.
Nice, first try.
The setup for that used to be much harder, going down in the bottom right-hand corner and trying to run up at an angle until you hit the right spot.
Yeah, the new setup for it actually uses a trick where we release and then repress the B button, which is when we're using the default controls as the run button. And that kind of, I mean, it's kind of complicated, but it basically kind of shifts where the game thinks Chrono is relative to where the trigger tiles are. And we humiliated Kekran so badly there that he died twice. But the way I kind of understand is that, yeah, we're triggering the cutscene that you're supposed to get after you've defeated Hekran. And then we don't actually have to do that in order to be able to jump into the pool and warp back here, but if we do that, the story doesn't continue, and if we go to the Xenan Bridge, which is the next part of the story, we won't be able to continue, so we do have to watch the Hekran death scene before we jump into the pool. Okay, so coming up here, we've got the second attempt at the bird skip. So again, this is one of the more difficult battle trigger skips in the run.
And you have to do it 3 times.
Okay,
There we go.
Got it.
So you'll see the game kind of gives up there, and when you get around the trigger, the bird kind of just vanishes. And this is important. We actually have to visit the bridge here and be told that they're out of supplies before we can actually go to the castle and get the jerky.
It's something I've forgotten on many a casual playthrough.
Yeah, so we're just hitting the story triggers to activate the battles on the Xenan Bridge now, where we have to find out about the knights being low on supplies, then go get some really filling jerky, I guess, from the chef here.
Sounds like a great time for some donations then.
Yes.
We have $50 from Sir Tonk. It says, great job, everyone. Good luck, Essentia. And we have $35 from, my apologies if I mispronounced that, but Gillax95. It says, thanks for this huge marathon for a great cause. To all the runners for the great runs, you're all awesome, guys. And thank you guys on the French restream that helped to raise a lot of money as well. Merci, les gars.
You'll see there that she stopped at the bottom of the stairs to wait for one more text box. There's several points where that you'll see that because it's important for certain triggers that you close the last text box. Even when you have control, if you leave the room before that text box is closed, it won't set the flag to allow you to continue with whatever we were doing before.
Alright, so before going to the bridge, we're going back into the cathedral here in order to set up the save anywhere glitch again. Even though we just did that in order to skip Hekran, you lose the glitch whenever you enter a screen which has a save point on it, which in this case was the end of time. There's actually a much more advanced route you can use called end of time save anywhere in order to get it from the save point at the end of time. But it's a lot more difficult, and it only saves about, I think it's like 10 to 12 seconds if you get it first try. So we're just going for the much more consistent route here. All right, so now we're going to be skipping both all of the skeleton battles and then also the Zombor boss fight on this bridge. And the first part of this skip, I think, is about as difficult as Hekran's skip as far as how tight the pixel window for hitting the save before you hit the trigger. Oh, got the first half of it.
And with the old setup for this trick, it used to not unload the dead soldiers on the bridge. So when you had the frog flashback later in the game, you'd still have dead soldiers on the bridge.
Nice.
But
That was first try Zombor skip too. Very nice. All right, so way back when we did the Yakra skip, we used a glitch called the unequip glitch, and we're going to explain it now that we've got kind of less other stuff going on. So what she's doing actually is she got rid of all of her kind of loose equipment that characters could equip in their armor and helmet slots, and then when she goes into the menu and then both presses up and R on the same frame, it kind of tricks the game into letting you completely take off the item from that slot. And doing that lets you well, yeah, take the equipment off, which you're not supposed to be able to do in this game. You're normally supposed to have something in all 4 slots, but that has some really weird effects, because less is more in the world of Chrono Trigger, and if you take off both your helmet and armor, that actually gives you about 90% resistance to 3 out of the 4 elements in the game, lightning, ice, and shadow. The only element that you don't gain any resistance to is fire, and it also gives you a fairly substantial boost to your magic stat, too. So that came into play for the Dragon Tank boss, because it increased the amount of damage that Luca's spells and the Fire Whirl combo did. Okay, and then that's another skip there that skips both 2 fights and a cutscene, because we were able to clip through that mountain and skip having to meet Tata for the first time.
You also see the way that Essentia scrolls the saves on the load screen. If you ever see them moving more than what looks like it's necessary, they're often using that as a way of timing the number of frames until they load the game, which is a way how we set up the RNG manipulations whenever we have to reset the game again.
Okay, so that fight that she ran away from there is the only unavoidable fight in this old Denadoro Mountain area. So all the rest of the fights you can avoid mostly just by skimming walls, but also just doing some kind of movement dodges. The one coming up in this next screen is very important too, because if you hit the fight trigger that's kind of just a little bit to the left of where you start, you'll actually get it forced into like 4 or 5 fights back to back. If that happened, it would be faster to just reset back to that save we made before clipping through the wall. Also, mountains are nice.
This is the life.
Mountains are nice.
Man, you're nosy. This magic tab isn't part of the normal route, but we're getting it for marathon safety along with an extra speed tab.
Also because mountains are nice.
Mm-hmm. Mountains are nice, and that needs to be known. So this is most of the tabs we're going to be using for the remainder of the game. We're using 1 of each on Chrono, and then also Magic and Speed on Luca. Luca is one of the slowest characters in the game by default, without either speed tabs or special armor that increases your speed.
That battle skip is just waiting until it starts to throw rocks again, and then it won't throw them at you or the other enemies there to wake them up and start the fight.
Yeah. Okay, so now this is the boss, Meza and Mune, which is a 2-part fight. This is where we get the fact that we use the unequipped glitch on all 3 of these characters is going to make it a much easier battle than it otherwise would be, because of both making it so that some of his attacks do very little damage, just because we have really high resistance to the lightning element, which is wind slash attacks do. And then also boosts the amount of damage that our magic-based attacks do. So we start by putting them to sleep so that they can counterattack and do other nasty things. And then we need to kill the one on the left, because you only need to kill one in order to end the first part of the fight, and the one on the right will counterattack. So we just leave him asleep and then do 4 slashes and an antipode on the one on the left.
Yeah, you'll see how much damage this antipode does, and it is quite a lot for this portion of the game because of the unequipped glitch boosting their magic damage.
Also, slash being a magic attack benefits from that same effect.
All right. So we won't do a full play-by-play on the next part of this, but I'll just say that we're manipulating getting critical hits with Chrono when he attacks, and then also what Meza and Mune in their merged form does as far as who he attacks and when. Then once we're not going to be getting guaranteed criticals anymore, we switch to slash just to do higher damage than his regular sword swing.
Yeah, the criticals do more damage than his slash attack by a considerable margin, as you can see there. And getting those extra few criticals allows us to play this a little bit dangerously.
that's different. He's supposed to do that to Marley.
Yeah, so it looks like got off a little bit here because he did wind on Luca instead
I
of
think I might have done
Marley.
antipode too early. For that second one.
But fortunately, for pretty much every boss in the game, we have backup strats to switch to if we have issues with RNG manipulation. The main benefit of doing the manipulation along with getting the criticals is also just since we know what he's going to do, we can be proactive with our healing instead of reactive. Like in the kind of the optimal fight, we'd only need to heal once the whole fight to heal Marley at one point. But now we're just going to shift into the backup mode where we just make sure that when he's in his second phase of his fight, that pretty much everybody's at full health, just because he gets a boost to the amount of damage his punches do after this.
Yeah, that's gonna kill it.
And when we're doing this, then Chrono is our healer, and then we use Antipode as our main source of damage. And when he goes into tornado phase, he counterattacks. And if he's still alive after this, then we're going to break the tornado before we do another antipode, just that he won't do this counterattack the next time. There we go.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that the RNG manipulation in that fight is actually pretty intricate and very easy to mess up.
Yeah, as you heard Essentia mention, quite often they're pausing and looking for little moments of where the enemies move to give them triggers on when they should attack. And even just attacking just a little bit early can throw it off.
Yeah, I think what happened there was the second antipode, I was supposed to wait for Masterman to attack first and then do it, and I didn't wait, so that threw things off. But yeah, fortunately we do have backup strats for these bosses, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, just meant we had to heal a few extra times, and then we're also going to have to save and reset before continuing to the next part of the game in order to reseed the RNG. Because that reset we did to clip through the mountains, if done optimally, we can actually make it all the way through the visit to the prehistoric era, and then also through Magus's castle in the Tyranno lair without ever having to reset again. But there's periodic points in our route where if we get off, we can do a backup load in order to fix it.
Would you guys like to remind us how soon you'll be cutting off Ayla's name?
I think it was when we started the Reptite battle, so that's about maybe like 3 or 4 minutes off, I would say.
And right there, giving the jerky that we didn't need to use on the bridge to her is useful for the side quests we're going to have to be doing later
So
on.
anyway, now we get to find out if it's officially the run or not. Yeah, you have a 1 out of 8 chance of seeing a new in Frog's Forest whenever you come through here. And, well, the reason it's there is because if you fight the new, you can get a bunch more tech points than all the other fights in this part of the game. But in our speedrun community, we like to say that if you see a new in Frog's Forest, then that means it's officially the run. So this is now officially the run.
All right, can we get it again?
Yeah. My PB for new sightings is 3. I don't know if anybody's ever actually gotten all 4. It's 1 out of 8 odds every time, so do the math.
Well, maybe if we had the demon chocobo.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Okay, so this is our one trip through Truce Canyon where there's nothing we can do to avoid the battle trigger because we lost our save anywhere glitch during the two screens before Massa and Mune where there was a save point. Because entering a screen with a save point deactivates the glitch. Okay, so we're going to be going to the. We're going to be healing up. Well, or actually, I should say we're going to go to Medina first, and then finally get to eat after being starved for so long.
While you're heading over there, would you like to feast on a couple donations?
Absolutely.
We have $40 from one Meta Sigma.
Hey, Meta!
It says, hey guys, amazing job on this entire marathon. It's great to see so many people come together from all over the world to do something awesome like this. Also, puwexil, Essentia, at least this Chrono Trigger run won't be interrupted by any car alarms this time. And then he included a flex emoji.
Of course. All right, so what she did there was to, she used the fade out glitch in order to, well, I guess she didn't quite do it, so she's going to do it again. Using the fade out glitch in order to talk to Melchior in order to advance the story, but leave his house before actually starting the conversation.
I got it there.
Okay. So, she was just checking to see if the chapter title advanced in order to, because that confirms that the game thinks that you've talked to him.
And once again, scrolling all the way down there before you select it, just to make sure we get our RNG in place.
Okay. So once we go to 65 million BC, for the first time we have two forest battles with some reptites, and these are actually some of the more complicated fights in the whole game for manipulating, because not only did we do that reset in order to reseed, as we call it, the RNG, but we also have to close the dialogue that happens before the fight in a very specific window, because that actually affects their movement during the fight. And we want them to line up in a very friendly pattern for getting hit by Chrono's slash attack. So it's basically when the second reptite that's running to the right disappears off the edge of the screen, that's our cue.
Okay, wait, I didn't get that one.
Yeah, just do it and then slash him. I've had this happen and it still works out in the end.
Okay.
But yeah, it's kind of difficult as far as getting that slash to hit the first two of them, just because it's about like an 8-frame window, I think, as far as when you close that second text box before the fight. And again, the fact that she's able to one-shot all these reptites with these spells at a low level is because of the equipment glitch, because it boosts the damage from magic-based attacks, which includes slash and flame toss.
Okay, and now we're gonna need Ayla's name.
Indeed, and that name is Louiz. That is Louiz.
Because Robo, it's kind of worth pointing out too that Robo's laser spin attack is magic based, and if you bring Robo to this fight, you can actually just one-shot all of the reptites with a laser spin. But doing what we were doing here is both part of our manipulation route for the reptite slayer coming up after this, and that it also actually shortens that cutscene, because if you have Robo in your party, then Ayla has some extra dialogue with him. So even though it takes extra attacks to kill the reptites, it all evens out in the end, and actually it's faster if you do the manipulation for the reptite layer, and you just walked over that dino's tail. Okay, so before talking to Ayla, in order to continue the story, it's very important to swap Marley for Robo, and that's because in order to kind of get through the next cutscene and start the soup drinking mini game to get the Dreamstone, you have to kind of talk to your characters that you have with you twice, or you have to talk to at least one of them twice, and before you can talk to them a second time and get new dialogue, you have to wait for them to do something. And Robo has the shortest possible thing, where he just kind of walks in place and then starts kind of glitching out, basically. If you have Marley, though, you have to wait a very long time for her to dance around the fire pit, and we don't want to do that. Yeah, soup. So this is pretty easy. It's a bashing mini game, but it's much easier than the soda drinking mini game at the Millennial Fair, which I don't know if anybody on this couch has ever actually beaten.
I have.
I've beaten it without a SNES controller, but I've never tried it with a SNES controller.
Is this like the equivalent of the squats minigame in FF7?
Yeah, it usually takes me a couple attempts to warm up, but I can generally get it if I want to.
The soda drinking minigame can actually speed things up in the 100% run.
If you're capable of doing it consistently.
Yeah.
Which, as far as I know, only Abda Jr. is the only Chrono Trigger speedrunner that can actually do that.
Not surprising from a guy who also runs Mega Man, I suppose.
Yep.
We have another donation from a friend of the event. We've received $1,000 from Professor Broman. His comment says, "My favorite game and runner, thank you all for putting on such a great event. Here is to many wonder shots to come." Thank you very much, Broman.
Thanks, Broman. Okay, so because Kino stole our gate key, we don't really want to talk to him, so we're going to use the fade out glitch to actually skip this cutscene where we confront him about the reptite stealing the gate key. And then all of the fights in the forest maze we can avoid just by walking around them. So this may not look terribly exciting, but we are optimizing this by avoiding the fights. And we do a little loop-de-loop coming up here to avoid the last one. Doing a safety save here just because there's a lot of unavoidable fights in the reptite lair, and if we get into a bad one, we might actually end up too high of a level for our route, which would cause some issues in Magus's castle, so we can just reset basically if that happens. But there's 2 fights we have to win before we get to Nizbel. Okay, so that Evil Weevil, which by the way is a very awesome name for an enemy, doing 34 damage to Chrono is a good sign as far as the manipulation route. What we want to see happen in this Megasaur fight coming up here is for Ayla to get a critical hit when she attacks it.
It's worth noting that coming up in the actual layer itself, this used to be a point where there was quite a bit of grinding, and instead just going to hit 2 fights that are technically avoidable and kill those instead.
And we want Chrono to attack. Okay, I think we're good for Nizbel. Because when we're manipulating these fights, I mean, everything is manipulated down to what the enemies do, and then also like how much damage certain attacks do too. So like that, we were looking at the amount of damage that the attacks in those fights were doing in order just to kind of just to see if we were on the right RNG seed or not.
Sometimes you'll see party order gets rearranged because the enemies, when you're manipulating the RNG, attack particular party slots. And we want to make sure that certain characters are getting attacked over others.
Okay. So we took off Ayla's ruby vest there using the equipment glitch to both to give her the element resistance that Nizbel's lightning spells do pretty little damage, but we also want to use that Ruby Vest later on too.
And giving her the Berserker means she attacks faster and hits harder.
Berserk is kind of an underappreciated status in Chrono Trigger, just because, as far as I know, literally the only way to get it is to equip the Berserker accessory. There's no like items or spells that, or even like enemy attacks that inflict it.
I think some of the late game random status effects can give it very
Like,
rarely.
oh yeah, like spell can
Yeah.
do it. Okay. So just like the kind of the gimmick with dinosaurs in this game is that they have very high physical defense until you cast a lightning elemental spell on them, and then that lowers it. And then for Nizbel, it actually makes him do nothing for several rounds. But so this is a kind of a cycle-based fight, but we're going to be manipulating Ayla to get a very high number of critical hits. And that lets us very easily beat Nizbel before he does his electricity discharge a second time.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that even though Slash is technically kind of a lightning element, it is unfortunately not a spell for the purposes of lowering its defense.
Yeah, it does have to be lightning or lightning 2, and maybe Luminaire can do it too. It's been a long time since I've actually used Luminaire. Yeah, so this does pretty low damage because of the equipment glitch. And all of these kind of places where we're either waiting for Nizbel to attack or like waiting for Ayla to attack is all just part of setting up, getting all these critical hits. Nicely done.
That was perfect.
Yeah, so we can have some more donations, but just two things coming up to watch for is that after talking to Ayla before we leave her house, we wanted to try to skip a few extra text boxes, and the way Essentia is going to do it is just by walking up and talking to her, and then she can leave while the text is still up. You can also just zigzag pattern around it, but that's harder to do.
I have a hard time doing that. I usually mess it up.
And then she's also picking up the Berserker in the canyon too. The reason she didn't do that earlier is just because getting it in the second trip through the canyon is to it's a little more efficient because of just where you're moving and then also where the enemies are when you get up to there too. So let's have some comments, and then we're going to have some fun making the Mazamion.
Sure thing. I received a $100 donation. Wow. MSF received. Let's try that again. MSF received a $100 donation from Nightwolf. First time donating, I watched most of the last GDQ and almost all of this GDQ. I love the cause, and thanks to all the gamers that make this happen. Good luck on your chrono run. I'm hyped. $10 from Tsuki Kaji. Thank you to everyone who has played a part in this marathon. Thank you to everyone who has given their time and energy to make the week simply amazing. And a huge thank you to everyone that has donated to help such an awesome organization as Doctors Without Borders. Now, I believe the heroine of the Wonder Shot deserves that hug. And on that topic, we received, if I can find it here, $50 from Fragalax. My phone ringtone is the Chrono Trigger portal sound. Every time you enter a portal, I check my phone. Put my money towards hugging Demon. On the topic of that, we also have $450 from an anonymous donor. It says 150 to Chrono hugging Luca and 150 to Balloon ending. That way, everyone gets hugs and everyone is happy. And of course, all hail the Lord Demon Ugosat Chocobo. Keep up the great work.
So a couple things happened there. The fade out glitch was used to skip the first conversation with Melchior here. Then you'll notice that she went into the party select screen to swap Luca out. And that's because normally you need Robo and Luca in the party to both help out with the crafting of the Masamune here. And well, one of the fun side effects of that is that you'll see some interesting things happening.
There's Robo helping out. And
helping out by standing on the table.
magically sucking up those pieces of
And just ran off.
Yeah. bumping into Melchior when he's not walking also like saves some frames, I think.
Speeds up a little bit.
When he does walk.
And now this is funny too. Pay attention to the text boxes.
Hey, it looks like Mr. Melchior isn't home. Wonder what this is. Let's see here. Sorry, but I'm out on the road peddling my wares. Please come back some other time, Melchior. He's gone when we need him the most.
That look.
And then we have an invisible Masamune.
Yep. The way we set that up too is just the way we swap party members during the first half of the cutscene too. You wouldn't do that in a more serious run, but we're here to have fun along with to go fast and raise money for charity.
Yeah, the fastest party for that part is having Chrono, Luca, and Marley, because then there's like no extra dialogue. No one helps Melchior. Poor guy.
Okay, so now we've got the third and final tango with the jerkbird on the bridge here. Getting this particular skip is nice too because it skips having to do a save and reset outside Magus's castle. Okay, very nice.
Got it.
It is very easy to underestimate how precise that one right there is. You need to walk just to the very outside of that bridge to where when you move up, it'll take you left around the very top of that rock.
Yeah, and hugging the bottom of the bridge too does make it give you a little bit bigger of a window too, I believe.
All right, can we get a new?
No.
Oh,
Get one more shot at it. Although it is already officially the run, though.
Yeah. And this would be a very good
Yes,
time
we've
for
got
donations.
we've got several minutes of flashbacks here. Some kind of way to shorten or skip these flashbacks is kind of one of the holy grails of Chrono Trigger speedrunning right now. But right now we've got us an excellent time for some donations.
Agreed. For my part, I am perfectly happy not having a skip here because that allows me to read donations like this one. $20 from Demon Chocobo. It looks like I may have been deterred this time, but I will rise again and be back for my revenge. All hail me.
I'm not afraid.
We also received $100 from Siegfried. Had to donate during the second best RPG of all time. Ooh. Those are harsh words. This event has been amazing this week, but I am still upset the best RPG of all time, Wild Arms, has yet to be featured at a GDQ event. So I plan to make this happen, hopefully, in a future event. Money goes to Announcer's Choice. And I would like to remind you all that we can still donate to name Magus, and we still have the option to name him Hail so that we can at least hail Demon. And then we can imagine the chocobo. You get the idea. Anyway, donate. It's always a good reason to donate.
I thought he was going to say Chrono Cross was the best RPG of all time.
Yeah, Railgun here runs, or at least used to run Chrono Cross.
We also received $100 from Professor Ness. If Anon is really intent on buying out Magus and is going to match whatever we throw at it plus 3K, let's at least use this as a great double all donations opportunity. Who is with me? Hail Demon Ugosa. Received $50 from Anonymous. Watching Chrono Trigger 100% feels like the best time to give back. Thanks to everyone at SGDQ. And $250 from another anonymous donor. Such an awesome event for such an awesome cause. Shoutouts to all the tech guys and crew behind the scenes. I've worked events like this before, and I know it's a lot to do. Thank you for all you do. $100 from Tyrac Stinger. Thank you for running such an awesome event. Raising $1 million for DWB is so great. Maybe we'll see $2 million at AGDQ 2016. And $30 from Enhanson. Chrono Trigger is my absolute favorite game ever. Super excited to be watching this run live. Thank you guys for using gaming to make something so fantastic. And $100 from It's a Ghost. Third year straight donating to SGDQ. Great group of folks doing amazing things for an amazing cause. Every runner here has done their part in raising over $1 million for MSF. I can't think of anything better than doing what you love to help the lives of others. You're all heroes to me.
And we've reached the end of the flashbacks. So, one last chance at a new sighting.
The frog song is so good. Come on, 2, 2.
Two new.
No.
Okay, remember part where I said we were done with flashbacks?
No.
That wasn't exactly true.
Cutscenes are nice.
Yes. Man, you're nosy.
We have $30 from Grog. This donation is a shout out to the pizza delivery guy that walked up to our door just now, saw the Chrono Run, and yelled SGDQ hype.
Yeah.
Thanks to all the runners and folks behind the scenes that have made this week a success. And $50 from Jay Skunk. This has been an amazing marathon. It's just a shame I have to miss half of the final run. Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite games, but I know I still have friends watching the stream while I'm at work. I wanted to say great job to everyone, from the tech crew to the runners to the commentators. Let's be sure to finish strong. And we have $50 from Chess Jerk.
Hey, Chester.
Hey.
Shoutouts to puwexil and Essentia from a fellow RPG speedrunner, and everyone else for doing a great job on raising an insane amount of money this summer. I wish I could have been there in person. I hope to see everyone at AGDQ next year.
Likewise.
And $150 from Rudy. Hey guys, loving the marathon and glad you guys are finishing it off with one of the best RPGs of all time and my two favorite runners. Put this towards Chrono hugging Marley, and good luck with the run.
So this is the part where if we use the old Zambor skip, you'd still see dead soldiers on the bridge.
Yes.
I do miss that.
Yeah, same here.
And we have $10 from Dan Martinson. Been waiting all week for Chrono Trigger. puwexil and Essentia got me addicted to speedruns.
By the way, notice how the chest in there is already open because we got the Mirage hand out of it when we went through Denodoro. And yeah, the game just kind of reused the same map.
puwexil and Essentia got me addicted to speedruns from their AGDQ and SGDQ videos on YouTube. I actually went to see the Nintendo World Championships live just to root for Essentia.
Well, thank you.
And don't worry, Essentia, I've never played Super Metroid either.
Well, we're going to get revenge on Mother Brain in a couple hours in this run.
We also have $250 from TRAV252. Volunteering was a fulfillment of a small dream of mine. Thanks for what always has ended up being a great week. puwexil's choice. Thank you for volunteering and helping out here. This event would not be possible without the efforts of a large number of volunteers, and everything that you guys do is much appreciated.
So why can't we get the Masumi to do this more throughout the game?
Yeah, we can just like walk up to Magus's castle and do this again and
Slice it in half.
call it a day.
It's because, like, you're aware of the trope of having to charge up an attack, and a certain person who did a little bit of work on this game. I think that may be why.
Yes. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the artwork for this game was all drawn by Akira Toriyama, who also drew artwork for a very little-known anime series called Dragon Ball Z, and also the Dragon Quest series of games, too.
Not to mention the original Dragon Ball.
So, Frog is asking you about the magic of running away. But yeah, the game expects you to go back to the end of time now to learn magic for Frog, but we're actually not going to do that, just because Frog's magic isn't actually useful for our speedrun route. Okay, so because of getting all the right RNG manipulation, we're going to, we don't actually have to reset here, but just making a safety save here, just because there's some really dangerous mini bosses coming up that are made a lot easier by manipulating them. And then this is one case where, unfortunately, if we got off the manipulation early enough, we would have to reset and start over, just because the manipulation is just so profound that there just isn't really a backup from it.
It's also because for leading up to those mini bosses, there's a couple fights we have to avoid. And if we were to accidentally get into those, we would have to reset, because it does really mess up the manipulations quite a lot.
Yeah, so we just have to walk up into the two wings of the castle here in order to be able to continue.
La la la.
It's Millennia chasing after us from Half Minute Hero.
Nightbat.
You'll notice we skipped a chest on the left side. It's just easier with the way we have to run around the encounter on the second time through to grab it on the second pass.
All right, so this first battle in Magus's castle, we're just gonna. It's extremely easy because of the equipment glitch, because the rocket roll is based on both Chrono and Robo's magic stat. So we'll see what happens. We are looking for Frog to get Crimson Rain for 46 damage is our cue that the manipulation is set up right. There we go. And even though this is actually going to kill all of the enemies, she queued Slurp with Frog in order to actually set his memory cursor to tech. Because unlike in Final Fantasy V and VI, even though the game remembers your cursor position between battles, you have to actually confirm an action in order to set the cursor. You can't just move the cursor there. So a little bit of menuing there to give Frog the ruby vest that we stole off of Ayla, and then unequip his helmet in order to give him some elemental resistances, and then also give him the Berserker to activate what I like to call Poison Dart Frog mode. AKA Red Frog.
Sunburned frog.
Alright, so Flea is a pretty difficult boss, normally. Because Flea has, mostly just because Flea has some pretty nasty counterattacks that hit your whole party, and also a lot of ways to give you status effects, like Confuse and Poison.
So this is one of the important parts about the RNG manipulation, was we want to avoid the counterattacks, but it has an interesting side effect as well.
Yes.
Alright, good luck.
Okay. I'm not really into this battle, though, so...
Yeah.
Whoa, 20 plus Twitter messages.
Oh.
Essentia, maybe you want to check on the status of the Magus main bid war while you're on your...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
we
let's
better,
check on that.
We don't want
Let's
we don't want Hale to win.
Flea seems to find this very amusing.
Mm-hmm.
I do have an update about that, but I'd like to wait until after this very important battle to give that.
Let's see.
Nice.
How close is it? Oh man, that's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, what's happening here is that by giving Frog the Berserker and then manipulating the RNG to control when Flea's first turn comes up, we actually are able to glitch out Flea's AI completely, and then, yeah, you basically saw the results there. But we do have to do a little bit in order to finish the fight before the stun lock gets broken. So after 16 attacks by Frog, we then just need to do a few more attacks. And then we're going to be utilizing the last hit in order to set Robo's cursor to item, which makes the next fight with Slash a bit easier.
I believe this was manipulated specifically to avoid counterattacks and get as many criticals as possible, but for whatever reason, her AI freaks out and just uses all of her turns laughing until a certain point. So that's why she would just stop while she's getting attacked repeatedly by Frog.
Hey, he's a guy.
So real quick, while you make your way to Slash, I'd love to read an update about this bid war. We received a $5,000 anonymous donation. Again, with no comment. Yeah. Again, in favor of Wubby for Magus. But then, we received a $5,000 donation from Ben Hamilton. Oh yeah, feel free to applaud for this one too. Yeah. Actually, applaud extra hard here. Because this one went to Hale. It says, every time I play through Chrono Trigger, it brings tears to my eyes, especially Frog's song. Thanks to all the runners, staff, and crew for keeping the dream alive. Can I get a crew hype for the crew?
So that skeleton battle was mostly just holding X in order to queue attacks, but when she had Chrono attack for the first time, she specifically had to attack the bottom left skeleton, or else it would get a turn before it came up as the default target. All right, so Slash is we're also going to be manipulating, but it's a much more involved fight because Slash does actually do stuff, but by doing stuff, he's going to be doing his least threatening attacks in this case, and then we're also manipulating Frog to get all of the possible critical hits that he can, just because with the Mazimune and the Berserker's damage output is much higher than Chrono and Robo's. So the first phase of the Slash fight is it's pretty straightforward. I mean, we had to wait for him to attack Robo before queuing Chrono and Robo's first attacks, and then the next thing we look for is this right here with Slash attacking Chrono. And then a little bit later after that, we need to delay for a second for Frog to get the next critical. I do find it kind of amusing, too, that Slash actually has more HP than Magus does if you combine his two phases. Alright, that's it for phase 1. That was a fire elemental attack, which is why it actually did damage. So for phase 2, he gets a really nasty jump slash attack, which we're going to be manipulating him not to use very much. He's mostly going to be using basically his duplicate of Chrono's Slash skill, which, because of the equipment glitch and the fact that Slash is lightning element, it's going to do pretty little damage.
And just a note there where Chrono used a mid-tonic on himself. If I'd had him attack, he would have missed.
There are some instances coming up where we do want certain characters to miss on purpose, because we know that they will miss, and having them miss affects the RNG in favorable ways. But in this instance, just throw the tonic and keep going with the fight. You'll see that he lines himself up, so he's just going to keep using Slash on us, and it's going to do no damage. Well, almost no damage.
Yeah. There is a bit of a clutch point kind of near the end of the fight, too, where we do need to heal Frog right before Slash would attack him again. Because if we don't get the heal off in time, then it'll kill him and mess up our manipulation. But that trick we did with setting Robo's cursor to item during the flea fight, just reduces the number of inputs we have to do and makes it a lot safer.
That's the other usefulness of being able to hold X to attack. It means that you can just tell them to attack without moving their cursor position, so we can basically be using two different attacks as fast as we can.
This delay here is just give Frog that critical and make sure Slash does Slash again. Yes, indeed.
So now Slash's HP is low enough that he's going to counter every attack.
Ooh. Hey, Essentia, shouldn't you, heal or something like that?
Maybe I'll Slash.
Oh,
never
okay,
mind,
there we
he's
go,
dead.
and that's dead. Like I said a bit earlier too, if we're doing RNG manipulation for bosses, because we know what they're going to be doing, it lets us be proactive instead of reactive with our healing. So even though the end of that fight is very scary looking, it's all actually going according to plan. Okay, so that's basically the first half of Magus's castle. Now we've got quite a bit of a ways to go with a lot of battles that we're going to be avoiding, or running away from in this case. Because note how Ozzy did say we had to fight all 100 beasts in Magus's castle, but he didn't really say we had to win or anything.
We're going to skip quite a lot of those 100 beasts too.
I think Ozzy's pants are on fire.
So yeah, this would be a pretty good time for some donations.
Yeah, like 1 or 2 before we get to the outer wall.
I have a couple short ones. I've got $50 from Doc East. It says the USMC and the Corpsmen of the Navy send their regards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have $50 from the Demon Ugosat. Frog's theme has always been a personal favorite. Keep up the great run, Ribbit. We also received $50 from Kellis Negro. Much love to the runners, announcers, and tech crew. This has been an amazing marathon all week, and I'm blown away y'all broke 1 million. Congratulations, all.
And then these guillotine blades here are on a relatively fixed pattern, so we know what we're doing as far as avoiding them, because you do take HP damage if you touch them when they're like that,
like
basically,
that?
when they're
Oh, wow.
doing that sparking.
Okay.
Okay, so she's gonna have to use some extra mid tonics or cure beams or something
Yeah,
before
that
we
was not
actually have to
supposed to
fight again.
I'll do it now just to be safe.
Okay, so these outer wall parts of Magus's castle are pretty dangerous because all the fights here you can't run away from, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a side effect of the way that moving enemies work in this game. If both of you are moving, you will get into a battle, but it requires both of you to be moving. So if you just stand still, they'll clip straight through you and not trigger the battle.
Yep. Okay, there's hidden pitfalls in this room that we want to avoid. It loses quite a bit of time to fall because you have to hit a pseudo-random teleporter to get out. Okay, this is an even scarier outer wall because...
Oh, I moved too soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the what are they called? The one that just got defeated there.
Outlaw.
Yeah, outlaws. Those are the hardest dodges in this section.
Yeah, because I believe it is pixel perfect to get around them without triggering the fight, but it's not really that hard because you can once you approach the corner to go around the edge there, you can just hold up, and once you're close enough, the game just kind of guides you along, and you always hit the first possible pixel on the platform there.
That said, it's still pretty easy to, especially if you don't have the greatest D-pad, accidentally
Now we've got
hit right
another
there.
pretty special skip here. Oh! Because your characters following along don't count as far as touching the sprite. So
But they still knock
but they
him off
but
the
they still
path.
yeah they still have they have some kind of solid mass to them for as far as the hit detection goes.
So ideally, we would have been able to keep the RNG manipulation going, but getting to that battle did mess it up. But we can get back on track in a little bit.
Yeah, and it is possible it might actually correct itself too, just because.
Ozzy's kind of nice.
Yeah, because
We'll
when you fight Ozzy, that can sometimes fix the RNG depending on what state it's in after what happens in the outer wall. This room's a little unusual too. Oh, yeah, I just survived with 1 hit point too. They've got 182.
Yeah, if we were still on the correct RNG, then he would have definitely killed those with just one.
Yeah, this
attack.
room's a little unusual in that there's 3 fights in there. The first and the third one are mandatory, but this second one you can actually just run away from, which is what we're gonna do. And then for the third fight is with 3 jugglers, which are an enemy that changes between being resistant to physical or magical attacks, depending on what you last used on it, basically. And with the equipment glitch, Luca, they start out in physical defense mode, and with the unequipped glitch, Luca can actually one-shot them with her fire spell, which is what we're going to be utilizing here. So we're going to be looting that chest there to get a speed belt, which is a pretty useful accessory that increases your speed stat by 2, which we'll be using for quite a bit of the remainder of the run. But then after that are some another room to dodge all the battles in. The first 3, I believe, are fairly easy because we just need to avoid walking in between the statues. But the last one's a little more interesting because.
Got it.
Yep. If she exits the room with Chrono facing basically any direction other than up, so left or right, because you can't face down, that actually just bypasses a fight trigger there, which otherwise you can avoid, but it's pretty unreliable to actually do so. So what we're looking for here in the fight with Ozzy is for the hit on the last switch to do 119 damage, because that would tell us that the RNG manipulation route is back on track, which
Yeah,
I've had
so
happen to
say
me a couple of times, even if I
can
get
happen.
even if I get into an extra fight in the castle. But if it doesn't, we have a backup strat for fighting Magus. Okay, so we're gonna need to use our backup strat, but
That's one of the nice things about these RNG manipulations is that we have quite a few backups available, and the runner responsible, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, also went to a large amount of effort to make sure that they worked on both the SNES and Virtual Console.
there's been a lot of people that have worked on that too. I mean, I guess the people in particular I want to give shout outs to are Killai, Red Slash, and Ottavino, specifically for a lot of the RNG manipulation tech, and then Abda Jr. and El Gran Jerry have also done quite a bit of strat finding too over the years. A lot of this run is very different from the last time it was featured in a Games Done Quick Marathon, and a lot of that is specifically thanks to Ottavino, who did a lot of work to reroute the Chrono Trigger 100% run last year. All right, who's ready for some hype music? I certainly am. So I'm not going to talk too much over the music, but I'll just say that what we're doing here is manipulating the order that Magus changes his elemental weakness to be either lightning or shadow, which is what these characters can use. And that's for the first phase of the fight.
It's also because when his barrier changes, he uses that element on us, and we don't want it to be fire, or else we'll take lots of damage.
Yeah, because fire is the only element that can actually hurt us.
Oh, that is not right. I'll reset. I must not have done the load quick enough.
Okay, that looked really
That
good to me.
should be good.
Yeah, you might have been a frame too late or something.
Maybe.
I should have been paying more attention to.
Yeah, this particular manipulation, you have to get it on, I believe, the first frame.
Yeah, there's 2 possible
First or
frames
second.
for this strat. If you get the first frame, you actually don't see the save screen appear at all. And if you get the second frame, which is the more common one and actually the easier fight, in my opinion, that you just see it very briefly and it gets interrupted before you even hear the full cursor tone.
Yeah, and you could hear it get cut off a little bit there, so it sounded like it was right.
Just because of how much time this saves, knowing what his order's weakness changes, it is faster to just reset and try it again than to kind of try to go with the fight as is. There we go.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out, too, that every time Magus changes weaknesses, you do have to attack him with the Masamune again in order to lower his magic defense. That was something I didn't know until starting to watch speedruns. This should be the last actual hit that she needs to get on him in order to move him into phase 2 of the fight. But during the turn between his last attack and when he starts preparing for dark matter, he's actually still weak to the element that he was last weak to, which ideally is lightning, because we can get the highest number of hits to take advantage of that because of Chrono's speed. Like here we've got 2 extra lightnings off. And this basically guarantees that we can beat him before he does dark matter a second time.
And you can see she's now having Frog use Slurp Cut, which deals double damage like a crit would. It's just a way to get that damage guaranteed.
I forgot to switch to lightning with Chrono.
Yeah. We switch to Slash for here just because he's not actually weak to lightning anymore, so we're doing Slash just because it has a faster animation. And lightning doesn't do enough additional damage to make up for that. Okay, but dark matter's coming up. Sure you don't need to heal?
You're kind of low, aren't you?
Yeah, sure you don't need to heal or anything?
58 is pretty low.
Chrono's got 58. That's
Yeah.
something, right?
Ow. Yeah, dark matter is shadow element in the equipment glitch that we did like an hour or so ago to all of our characters. Gives them like 90% resistance to shadow along with lightning and ice, or water I should say.
And again, that's the reason why they were doing so much damage with the lightning and shadow attacks to Magus. Along with the magic defense decrease from Masamune, it boosts their magic damage.
Yeah, before any of these glitches were discovered, this fight took like 12 to 15 minutes and was very, very, very scary from start to finish.
It was serious time the entire time.
It's still pretty intense because of doing the manipulation, but it's much, much easier and faster. There we go.
And ideally you will kill him before his second dark matter, which is like had happened there.
Yeah, if you get at least one extra lightning off in the kind of the space between his phases, it's basically guaranteed.
We could have some donations now.
Sure, sounds great. They are definitely stacking up. Why don't we start with a nice short one? Another $5,000 donation from an anonymous donor. This one comes with a comment. It says, "Do not resist. Wubby is inevitable." I think we can resist that. Come now, friends. Get your wallets out. Let's go.
All the text in this cutscene here auto advances too. I think just because they want to like make the music play for a finite length during this part.
Well, the bells are also lining up with the first several text boxes as well.
We also received $20 from Doc Isaac. I've been jonesing to do another playthrough of Chrono Trigger, and now I'm going to be tempted to try some of these tricks on my own. Amazing job to everyone at SGDQ, and here's to having Magus theme stuck in my head for the rest of the evening.
Some of them aren't the easiest, but you can definitely make use of the unequipped glitch, because that one you can just retry for free.
Yeah, the unequipped glitch is rather tricky to do, though. I don't think we actually explained how to do the inputs.
I think we did well. I mean, yeah, we did when she was doing it last. We can certainly do it again during this cutscene. I mean, the way the unequipped glitch works is that you need to not have anything that can go into a particular slot, and the ones of value are the helmet and armor slot for a character. And then if you go to the character before them in the party order, well, they do have to be in your active party at the time, and then if you're going from left to right, you press up and R on the same frame, meaning just at the exact same time, and then that lets you, and then just press A twice, and that lets you then unequip that slot.
You can also do it with down and L with the going to the character past them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few little technical details to it. I know Obda Jr. did a tutorial, a pretty good tutorial about it on his Twitch channel, if you want to check that out.
We received a $150 donation from. Oh, actually, there's a skip coming up.
Yeah. So this, anyway, so we go talk to this kid just because he or she only has one text box, but then after doing that, then we start doing the fade out glitch in order to skip a much longer cutscene with Ayla talking to the elder of Laruba village. If we just started doing it immediately, we'd skip that kid instead, which I mean, doing the skip would have taken longer than the conversation. Okay, so since when the screen faded out for the last time, we saw the camera start to scroll up, that confirms that we got it. So this first fight in the Dactyl's Nest looks like you should just be able to run around it, but you actually can't. If you try to just walk around the ape, you'll hit a fight trigger and get forced into it, so we just bump into the rock enemy in order to just get it over with.
There are also arguably the two most difficult fight skips in the game in this one.
Yeah, coming up on the screen after this one are two very difficult battle skips, just because they're both pixel perfect, and especially the first one doesn't have a really very good visual cue for lining it up, and there's no way to buffer movement in order to guarantee you hit that pixel too. You do have to. It is on you to find it. Alright, so the first one is right here. You want to clip around that rock to get to the ladder there. Nice, nice. And we got one more coming up here. We want to avoid some pterodactyls that would jump out of the bushes there. This one has a couple ways to do.
Yeah, it didn't go hard enough.
One pixel over, a little too far. Okay, there we go. Nice.
Got them both. Yeah, those are very, very finicky tricks there.
And as I said earlier, we're coming up on where we used to have a pretty long grinding section just for experience and tech points, but with the new route and some of the variations, instead we're just going to get in some fights that are skippable, but instead just get into them on purpose and kill those.
Yeah, we're doing 3 fights that we could run away from, or well, you could either avoid or run away from in the Tyranno layer in order to finish learning Spin Cut and Rollo Kick for Chrono and Ayla respectively before we get to the next boss. But yeah, like before any of these glitches were discovered, like the any % category for this game involved having to stop and grind for about half an hour here. Alright, so we get to go into the next extremely incompetent prison in the world of Chrono Trigger. Because we have a prison where we can run away from the guards, or I guess we should say make them run away from us. Okay, so depending on what RNG state we're in after Magus's Castle, we can sometimes get double critical hits from Ayla, which would one-shot both of the reptites here, but since we didn't get that, we just do both. We do 2 of her normal attacks with the Berserker plus a Fire Whirl to kill both of them. And then once that's over with, we shift our accessories around a bit here. And the next 2 fights in the jail part of the Tyranno layer, we just run from. And then ideally use one of these to set Chrono's cursor to Cyclone to optimize the next fight we're actually going to win.
How about a quick moment to catch up on that donation comment I was about to interrupt you guys with? It was $150 from Kane. It says, "When's Commander Keen? Putting the money towards hugging Marley for the sake of my own nostalgia. Let's finish quickly so my friend Rail on the couch can get some freaking sleep. My love to you all."
Yeah, I think we'd all like to get some sleep at this point, but I have a long drive ahead of me right after this.
And just to make Kane happy, hi to the rest of the TLP guys.
On the topic of hugs, we also had $30 from Empilux. It said, "Major thanks to all runners, staff, and donators for another fantastic event. So happy to cap it all off with one of my SNES faves. My donation goes to Chrono hugging Luca because demons need hugs too."
Yeah, I think it was Spike Vegeta that brought up that the Marley versus Luca hug bid war in this run is going to be a bit of a tiebreaker too, because for Abda Jr.'s run at AGDQ last year, it was Luca that won, and then for Essentia and my run at RPG Limit Break this year, it was Marley.
Well, I know my daughter's rooting for Luca.
Anyway, so all the rest of the fight triggers in Tyranno Lair, if you get them, you can't run away. Oh, that was a teleporter maze, by the way, but yeah, just blink and you'll miss it. But it's really these kind of outer wall sections where there's kind of some actual difficulty to dodging the fight triggers.
I got lost in here so bad the first time I played this game.
So there's a fairly tight dodge we could try to do to get through that door without actually fighting these enemies, but we're going to fight them on purpose in order to get their tech points for learning spin cut and Rollo kick, which we need for the Black Tyranno, the boss of this castle.
And I believe that's the fight that was used to grind in the past, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that fight right there. Because every time you go in and out of this room, it resets it. But yeah, there's kind of supposed to be a mini boss in the Tyranno Lair, Nizbel II. But yeah, we can just use. I mean, I love this guy just because he's so busy flexing. He almost just lets you walk right by. But we can use the fade out glitch to glitch him out of existence.
And actually walk right by, effectively.
Yep.
Shoutouts to Meta Sigma for the flexing.
Yeah. So like I said earlier, every time you come back out here, all the fight triggers respawn. So we just we get into this fight again in order to finish off those skills. So we're almost done with this place. We just need to heal up and then lower the battle speed to make the boss a bit easier. Not just here too, but actually quite a bit of the remainder of the run.
I'm gonna reset.
Yeah, just because all of the fights in this area you can't run away from for pretty much all of them. It's if you hit it, it's faster to just reset and reload if you saved here.
There we go.
That one's kind of finicky to avoid.
We received a $200 donation from Reno, and it just says, "Woo, Chrono Trigger."
Yeah, double tapping that switch does actually close the door, as I found out the hard way once. Alright, so, okay. I just avoided a trigger in that bridge, which is very important because there's actually two fights back to back with kind of palette swaps of that Megasaur enemy we fought in the Reptite lair. So those are really, really slow fights if you actually fight them. We like to use the brick pattern on the bridge as a visual cue for how to avoid it, though, just because it's not really you're not just hugging the side of the bridge. There is kind of a line you have to get onto in order to cross safely.
Yeah, and if you're too far to the left or the right, you'll get it.
Alright, so the Black Tyranno is kind of a three-phase fight, basically. For the first phase, we need to kill Azala, because otherwise the Tyranno, which is the real boss's defense, is pretty much maxed out. Azala is only really weak to magic. So basically, we do one lightning and then switch to slash because the route we're using, Chrono has the magic scarf equipped, and we skipped actually getting the silver stud, which is another route. And that because his magic stat is higher, we can get away with an extra slash, which is a faster animation.
That's one of the things you contributed to the route, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. And what we're hoping happens here, since we aren't RNG manipulating this fight in our route, is that Ayla doesn't get attacked. Ideally, it gets kind of spread out between Chrono and Luca, because we basically don't want anyone to die during the Azala phase of the fight. But we don't want Ayla to get hit at all, just because we need Ayla's HP as high as possible in order to be able to survive the next phase. Okay, so that Azala is down. And then this attack right here, even though its defense is still up, actually prevents it from attacking us until the start of phase 2, where it lowers its defense and starts preparing to use its fire breath attack at the end of its countdown. So because nothing's really happening other than it roaring every turn, which does actually give us HP slip status sometimes, but that doesn't actually drain enough HP to matter. So we're just going to basically just wail away with Spin Cut, which is, I believe, a quad damage attack by Chrono, and then Flame Kick.
It's either triple or quad.
Well, it says 2 times damage.
Okay, yeah.
Just checking her item menu just to make sure that the cursor is set to revive, since we'll be needing to use a few of those soon. The Black Tyranno has over 10,000 HP too. This is probably the longest fight in the game for our speedrun route. And it's got even when it's actually possible to damage it, its defense is still really high too. And if she was really fast with her inputs during phase 2 of the Tyranno fight, she can squeeze in another attack with Chrono before it breathes fire.
Not quite.
It doesn't really matter that much though. It just like saves a round at the end, basically, or not a round, just an attack. So this is why Ayla's HP was really important, because we needed it to be high enough so that she could tank. Because she's the only character with enough HP. She's about like 5 levels higher than Chrono and Luca at this point, so she's the only one that can survive that attack. So while we're waiting for the Tyranno to start a new countdown, it's increased its physical defense again, but it's still vulnerable to magic. So Chrono switches to using Slash, because Slash, being a magic attack, can actually damage it. Because of not getting the Silver Stud in Denadoro Mountains, which halves the MP cost of Tex, she had to use that full ether in order so that Chrono could actually attack again. That does consume a bit of the time you save from skipping the Silver Stud, but you still come out ahead in the end. So now it's pretty much a race in phase 3 of the fight. It's basically a race against time to finish off the Tyranno before it breathes fire again. Because it's kind of tempting to want to heal again, but if it's the strategy here is very tight as far as killing the Tyranno before it kills you. And if you heal, you're giving up that chance to actually win before having to go through another fire breath and revive phase.
Not to mention it would get a little bit more HP from you if it did the attack that absorbs.
Yeah, if it does
HP.
the absorb attack. We do also want our HP to be kind of low after this fight too, but we'll get into that later. Down to the wire. There we go.
That battle is always a little bit scary. Though, at the end. It's like, I really hope I'm going to kill it.
Yep. I mean, it is designed to kill him on the last turn before he would kill you, but if you were too slow in getting your attacks off, there is the possibility that you'll basically be you'll be short in damage and then you'll die. And it takes about 6 minutes in general to fight the Tyranno, so even if you safety save, that's a pretty hefty time loss. But we do have some killer porcupine cutscenes right here, so I think that sounds like a recipe for some donations.
That's great, because I have two fairly substantial ones I've been waiting for in terms of the messages accompanying them. We've got $5 from Demon Chocobo Follower. It says, I know I don't donate much, but I just had brain surgery and I'm no longer able to work. I just wanted to give a shout out to Essentia. You have no idea how much happiness it brings me to see a woman speedrunner, as I am a woman gamer myself. I may be ill, but as long as I still have the use of my hands, video games will continue to be a source of pleasure in my life, and seeing you featured here as the headliner has inspired me to join the speed community. Thank you to all the runners, announcers, and donors for making the 2 GDQ weeks per year my most looked forward to events. Please allocate money to Runner's Choice.
And I think I can speak for everyone here when I wish you a speedy and full recovery.
Yes.
Definitely.
We also received $10 from one Mike89.
Ooh,
Hey, Mike.
And Mike offers this message. We often get lots of heartfelt stories this time of year, and I think I'll share one of my own. It involves 20 altruistic gamers who 5 years ago took a few consoles, a basement, and a stream that felt like it was held together with duct tape at times, and raised over $11,000 in the first weekend of 2010. None of us could ever have dreamed that 5 years later it would become a professional fundraising behemoth, raising over $5 million for worthy charities in that time frame, drawing over 1,000 passionate people to the event and a few 100,000 more to watch. So while a few of those initial 20 are still going strong at these events, including, of course, the lovely lady wrecking shop on Chrono Trigger right now, one of those 20 is sitting back in Australia on a Sunday afternoon with a goofy grin on his face, full of pride at what was set in motion way back then. Congratulations to all of you, and never lose sight of just how much you've achieved.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
We
Thanks.
miss you.
Yeah, wish you were here.
And special shout out to Mike for me, because fellow Sonic runner, he's one of the people who inspired me to get into speed running, simply because it was Sonic 2 as much as anything else that got me into actually learning to speed run a game. And he has one of the best times in that game currently. Also did some really good runs for Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
And we're going to get teased by a very small portion of a really good track here.
Yep.
Yeah.
We get Corridors of Time, one of the best parts of the soundtrack, for a few seconds.
It's gone.
Before we continue our very chilly commute to Zeal Palace.
Oh, hey, it's back.
Whenever I played this as a kid, I always had trouble leaving this place. Just 'cause I didn't want the music to stop.
Speaking of which, we have a $20 donation from Blue Bomber IMO. I don't have a lot to offer, but there was no way I could not donate during the run of my favorite game of all time. I have to give a mention how excited I am, and we all should be, about Yasunori Mitsuda's new arrangement album coming out of respect for Chrono's amazing soundtrack. SGDQ has been truly inspiring this year, and I hope to start doing some runs myself. Thanks to everyone involved for all their hard work.
This is Alphador, by the way, our mascot for this run. We had to wrest it away from Essentia's 2-year-old.
Yeah, she's kind of taken possession of him.
We've got a few seconds of another beloved piece of the soundtrack, Shawless
Yeah.
theme. That is one. I mean, I do freely admit that getting excuses to listen to soundtracks that I enjoy is part of what makes me choose which games that I speedrun. But it's still, it still kind of hurts that so much of this good music gets cut short in the name of speed. So we're just hitting some required story triggers here in order to power up the pendant in order to get into the Queen's Chamber. No. We could actually activate one of the game's endgame side quests with the Sunken Desert at this point too, but we're postponing that until later for just for routing efficiency.
Saves a couple of steps to do it later.
In the any percent category, we'd be doing it now, though. Because right around here is where the any percent and 100% routes diverge.
Yeah, because that one is required to get the green dream, which is going to be a big part of a glitch you'll see coming later.
Yep.
Though how many times will depend on incentive. Has it already been met?
Oh, yes.
I
it's
thought
been
so.
met.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So this is the Golem, the next boss, which has some interesting AI quirks that we're going to be taking advantage of to try to win as quickly as possible.
Hey guys, you know what? I think we need to take a selfie. What do you think?
I mean, isn't there kind of a boss fight going on right now or something?
What? It's not
Okay.
that important.
Okay.
Okay guys, can we get everyone in? Maybe? Hey, smile!
Wait,
Oh,
hey, you died. What? Oh, okay.
Oops.
Um,
I got too distracted. I think maybe you need to take
okay.
over.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll finish the run.
So one of the things there is that Golem will keep using the Iron Ball attack, which halves your health over and over and over again.
Yeah,
But
well,
the
it alternates between that and a single targeting attack if it's in physical mode.
But the Golem, when you use an element on it, will change its attack patterns to use that element. So we throw fire at it, both because the fire element is quite strong, it hits the entire party, and because the unequipped glitch, we take more damage from fire attacks.
Yeah, because fire is the only element that actually hurts us. Even though we could have set that up a little faster with, we could have changed its element faster with Chrono, but then it wouldn't have actually been able to kill us in one attack. But yeah, short version, doing that lets us lose in 4 attacks instead of 6. And it's much, much faster to lose to the Golem than to win, because the story still continues anyway.
So while you're while you're recovering from that tragic party wipe,
Sorry.
would you like to remind us how soon you'll be needing to name the epic, as I believe that's the next name.
We will be cutting that off after defeating Sir Crawley.
Excellent.
which
So get your
is-
donations in
5 minutes or so, maybe.
for that within the next, let's say, 4.5 minutes, given Twitch delay.
Also, bar none, the most difficult boss in the game.
Hey, he's got a nasty attack that can take you to 1 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can keep the donation train coming. After this cutscene, we're going to be actually doing what the game's telling us to do. Unlike in the any percent category, where instead of actually going to get the epoch, we'd do the Sunken Desert side quest and then go through the Lavos bucket and win the game.
So we do have a couple donations. We have $30 from an anonymous donor, and it just says, "Hi guys, congrats on passing $1.2 million in donations. You guys rock and keep up with this amazing Chrono Trigger run. We also received $100 from an anonymous donor. I just wanted to say I got in major trouble at work this week from watching this stream. There have been consequences, but I'm donating anyway like I promised. Thank you all for all that you do, and I'm happy to be a supporter no matter what. And $100 more from an anonymous donor. Thank you to the whole GDQ team for such an awesome week. Magus looks like he needs a hug, but since that isn't an option,
I wish it was so
let's
badly.
give it to Luca.
The Magus bro hug.
$100 from Lion's Growl. Been watching GDQ for years now, and I always get excited when it comes time. Thanks for creating a great event for a great cause. Here's to many more GDQs to come. We received $10 from Seizui, which is the creator of Ryza in Shovel Knight. He says, this will be on top of the $50 donation from earlier. This time I decided to add a comment because I could not think of a good one. Watching this gameplay of Chrono Trigger has reminded me on why it has been regarded as one of the most phenomenal JRPGs of all time. I forgot how important enemy positioning was in the fights for Tex, and how actually horrifying Magus' castle was. It is nice to see the humor of certain characters, and your glitch of Melchior was an amazing bonus. Thank you for reminding me of the beauty of Chrono Trigger.
Sadly, we had to skip a new there. New.
Yeah, but making a pit stop in Medina here, because now that we have the powered-up pendant, we can gain access to a lot of very strong treasure. Like we get a choice between the Swallow and the Safe Helm there. The Swallow is a very strong weapon for Chrono that gives him a +3 speed boost as well. And we'll be needing that for the next 2 main sections of the game.
Yeah, it gives +3 speed and has very good attack.
So if you were doing any percent here, you'd also go open some of the doors in the future. But we're not going to be doing that because we don't actually need any of those items.
So we need to be very, very quiet again here.
And this time through, you'll see that we just will walk by the 2 encounters that we were forced to do in the Lab 24. And you'll see how quick it is as compared to the race. If we could actually skip the race, this would be faster, or 32, excuse me.
Yeah, we could do the Johnny race here again. Back when we were going by game time instead of real time, it was faster to do the race because the race doesn't actually count on the game timer. But I'm kind of glad now that we use real time, so I don't have to do the race a second time.
That was also kind of a bit interesting for this game too, because you don't have any way to find out what time you finished the game at in game time. So we had to kind of we had to figure out what the final in-game time is, and then use real time from there. So it was kind of this kind of weird.
Yeah, it was kind of
game
complicated.
time and real time. So yeah, I just walked around the car there. Hey Johnny, you beat us over here. Likes to show off.
It's actually pretty easy to forget that screen exists.
I do that so often for some reason.
So it looks like Essentia won the race, but you did not.
Johnny did beat me.
So here you could skip this battle by using the fade out glitch, but it just takes too long because you'd have to go down the ladder, and that's really slow, much slower than walking. So it's quicker to just get into it and fight it.
Yeah, because you only get a certain number of frames to do it, and the ladder climbing animation is much slower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it would be a different story if skipping that Nereid's fight would skip this cutscene right after it too, but it doesn't. If you skip the fight,
you'd have to do them separately. Skip the fight, go back, and then skip the cutscene.
Yeah, and when I timed it myself, it was actually 1 second slower to do the skips than the fight. So the sewers are kind of The sewers are kind of underwhelming because it's scaled based on you coming here like around and you go to the aerostone. Cheese.
Don't
Yeah,
you want a safety
save
save?
Okay, yellow strats.
You sure? Crawler's pretty tough.
He is.
Yeah, the game is intended for you to be able to come through these areas, explore, and find the doors that you'd have to come back to later, just as sort of a little way of teasing you as to what's to come.
I skipped another cutscene with those frogs too, with the way I moved through that door just now. All right, Sir Crawley.
He looks pretty scary. Are you sure you're fine without that save?
Okay, time to see if you're going to be
Alright.
chopped liver.
All right, serious time. Yay!
Got it.
Yay!
He does eat part of Chrono's sprite in the process, though. So I just need to hug this wall to avoid one more fight trigger, and then we are out of here.
So since the bid war is cut off already, maybe a couple donations if you don't have the final epoch name. Otherwise,
Yeah, a little
us now.
fun fact is that it is possible to use the Save Anywhere glitch to skip all of these message capsules here if you just reload after the trigger for creating them. But there's no known way to, even with the end of time Save Anywhere strat, to actually do this in a way that saves time over the cost of setting it up.
I can throw in one really quick donation right before I give you guys the file name. The epic name. Gearless Robot donated $50. He said, "Hey everyone, I've had a very bad week this week, and being able to watch all these runs has really helped cheer me up. So thank you all for all the entertainment you've given me this week." And the epic file name is Tupac.
All right, so number 2, POCH.
Would you be able to use the end of time glitch? Because you go by the save point in the sewer.
The fake save point doesn't actually work.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We have a $10 donation from Demon Chocobo.
Again.
He says, "Your Lord and Savior, Demon Chocobo, noticed that no one clapped when Essentia passed on the controller to puwexil. Demon Chocobo demands applause for a stellar first half of Chrono Trigger. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you."
Oh, thank you. I think you went to the wrong time.
I think I did, yeah.
Well, we get the fun.
I'm still not sure if you're in the right one.
Yeah,
the
wait,
music's
what's with the music? Yeah, that's an audio glitch I just set off by going to the wrong time period and then to the Dark Ages, which just glitches out the overworld music.
Kid skip.
It's good. I
Kid
think
skip?
I already messed it up by
I know,
walking
yeah.
into that guy. So you have to be very, very precise in moving around. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't
no
even
kid
close
skip.
there to get around that kid without having to wait for him.
so again, setting up the save glitch here.
Yeah, in this next room, there's 2 battles with beasts, and then the boss battle with the mud imp, and we're gonna try to skip all of those.
And while we're at that, we're going to try and set up the RNG manipulation for...
Yeah, on the last reload info.
I didn't get it.
Now, these are some of the harder ones too. Okay, nice. It kind of glitches out these ones up here at the top.
Yeah, you can see some of their sprites appear in the top left right before the soft reset.
Good. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, if you see the save file change to the guru on Mount Woe, then you know that you got it. Sometimes you can get it without it changing, and it still says break the seal, and then it still says that for quite a while.
Yeah,
It
because
doesn't
you can
actually
technically
change.
advance the story.
And skipping the mud imp is a really nice skip because that's a very annoying boss fight in the old version of the route.
And
Now
once again, the scrolling on the file screen sets up the RNG manipulation so we can kill all of these rebels and get a really nice boost in tech points.
Yeah, because the rebels give 100 tech points each, and you need to get a lot of tech points for a few of the characters because of techs that are going to, multi-attacks that are going to be used later, and they're prereqs.
There's kind of a little-known glitch at play, too, called the double tech point glitch, where whenever a character learns a new tech from a fight, they get awarded the tech point value of the fight again. So whenever I learn a new tech after killing one of these rebels, that character actually gets 200 tech points instead of 100.
And the route is actually determined to at least somewhat optimize that as well.
Yeah, it takes advantage of that so we don't have to do so much grinding.
Yeah, our kind of end goal is to learn all of Luca's techs, including Flare, her strongest one, without actually having to do any grinding. Being a little more conservative with the runaway glitch on the Mount Woe fights, just because if I get attacked before I run away in any of these fights, that messes up the manipulation for the rebels.
Yeah, we really don't want to mess up the RNG manipulation here because not killing the rebels is going to cost a lot of time.
You'll notice that if you saw the Chrono Trigger 100% run at the AGDQ 2014, the order that we're doing the side quests is a little bit different, partially so that we can avoid grinding for tech points.
So now we're switching in Robo so that he can get some tech points from the next one.
Yes, Ayla needed to learn a tech for the upcoming boss fight, and Robo needs to learn techs because he's going to be a major player in the latter part of the run.
So this is the easiest Rebel here. All you do is equip the Berserker on Chrono and then just let him go.
Yep.
Something that's kind of interesting about the Rebels here is that there's actually one that will respawn. All the others won't once you kill them, or if they run away, they don't come back. But there is one that will respawn.
Yeah, that was in the previous screen. It was a little path off to the right, towards the top right of the area.
So yeah, when we were running this before without RNG manipulation, the backup was if you missed some of the Rebels and didn't kill them all, you just make that one respawn until you got enough tech points.
Still, it's kind of slow and it's out of the way, whereas the rebels they're hitting here are actually much closer to the route through this area.
Yeah, the one that respawns is like in the middle of the screen, so you'd have to leave the screen, come back, and then there's, I think, 2 battles along the way that you'd have to get into and then run away from. So it was really time-consuming.
Especially since before the manipulation, you could just attack with everyone and hope to get lucky, and it could take quite a while before they'd run away, or if you got it.
So that was it for the Rebels. So basically just got one more screen, and then we get, in my opinion, the most attractive boss in the game.
Yeah, this one is actually a sub-emote on the RPG Limit Break channel now. I think you'll be able to see why we wanted that as an emote.
This is where you get to see Falcon Head in action, which is a very overpowered combo with Chrono and Ayla.
That ice block still makes me think Ozzy is hiding in there.
Well, maybe Giga Guy is Ozzy's evolved form or something.
And then he devolves again when you go back to his fort.
RPG what?
Aww.
So his first attack is lightning. You'll see it does very little damage. But the second one, since it's fire, and the unequipped glitch does not protect us against fire, is going to do a large amount of damage. So it's very important that we kill the hands whenever they respawn in this fight to prevent that fire attack from going off again.
Yes, attack the hands. Don't forget.
It's a rite of passage speedrun Chrono Trigger 100% to forget to attack the hands at least once and then die to Giga Gaia, who's otherwise actually one of the easiest bosses in the game.
But when they respawn, they'll have about half their health, so they'll die to a single Falcon hit, and we'll be able to avoid getting hit by that fire attack again.
Yep, because they have 2,000 HP at the start of the fight, and then when they respawn, it goes down to 1,000, which makes a very big difference, because otherwise I'd have to heal in between phases.
Yeah, and you can see not only does Falcon Hit deal a lot of damage and hit enemies on a line, it also has a pretty fast animation for a combo attack.
And I just love the way Ayla dances around after she throws Chrono, because she doesn't really have anything else to do.
It's kind of interesting, too, that Falcon Hit's power is solely based on Chrono's strength and weapon. Actually, Ayla doesn't. Ayla's stats don't actually factor in at all.
So another strat for this battle that you could do instead of only doing Falcon hits, you could also have Luca doing Napalm as well. But and that way Chrono and Ayla wouldn't run out of MP in this battle. But it's a little bit slower just because the animation for Napalm is slower and doesn't do as much damage. So it turns out it's faster to just keep doing Falcon hits and then have Luca give each of them a mid-ether at some point.
And it also, if you do the Napalm strat, you also either have to use another shelter before Giga Gaia, or you have to go through all of Mount Woe with one hit point on all of your characters, except for the Golem, because of not sheltering when equipping the Swallow.
That face is so great.
Bye-bye.
During this next cutscene, I'm going to try to do a kind of a silly glitch that lets me save basically a second of loading of the next cutscene. But other than that, I think it's donations time.
And we do have a whole bunch of those. Except this one that I already read. We'll go on to a different one. We got $50 from ZJ Player. Wish I could have stayed for the finale, but fatigue got the best of me after a long final day. I'd like to give shout-outs to all the staff, volunteers, runners, and attendees for making this the best SGDQ ever, as well as the staff at the Crown Plaza Riverfront. Hopefully SGDQ will return to Minnesota next year, and I can enjoy the experience all over again.
Sometimes, depending on how you skip the Beasts and Mud Imp, the Beasts and Mud Imp will still actually be on the screen during that cutscene, which had some hilarity.
We also received $100 from Zach Wingate. We are the Knights who say no. Congratulations on reaching the $1 million mark. A job well done with many thanks to everyone involved. I love to see one of the best games ever made round off the marathon. We definitely need some more JRPG love in future GDQs. Good luck, Essentia and puwexil. And we received $500 from Dr. Tentacles. I haven't donated yet, so here's some money. Really love what you guys do, and I'm sad I wasn't able to watch more. Keep up the good work. Still holding out for a Dota 2 speedrun.
Even more of Shaylo's theme here.
This time you actually get to hear some of it.
Yeah, I have to say it's my favorite track in the game.
It's my favorite too.
I cop out and just say that I like the whole soundtrack and that I can't pick a favorite.
I do like the whole soundtrack as well, though.
Well, at least your favorite song isn't No.
Very true.
We received $50 from Kylaria. I never got around to finishing this game on emulator, only getting as far as the Sky Kingdom after the first Lavos fight when spoiled character gets spoiled action. Wanted to contribute some money for a good cause and for gaming justice. Anyways, glasses are definitely more huggable than ponytails.
What about her, though? She has both.
I have glasses and a ponytail, so
Me
what
too.
does that make me?
It means either that you're completely unhuggable or extra huggable, I guess.
I think it means that you can hug the glasses, not like the person necessarily.
Glasses, huh?
$60 from Jimmy S. Everyone involved with SGDQ is absolutely incredible. You all demonstrate just how much our energies and passions can accomplish when we all come together. Thanks for all the entertainment and Wondershot hype. And $5 from Sixth Hero. All life begins with new and ends with new. This is the truth. This is my belief. At least for now.
It's probably not very visible, but puwexil and my badge both have a new on it.
I wish I could claim credit for that too, but it was all LLK's doing.
$100 from Big Surly. And it just says a huge thank you to everyone involved. $100 from Anonymous. My wife demanded we donate as it helps two of her favorite groups, Doctors Without Borders and Gamers. Game on. You guys are fantastic. Cheers to everyone involved with GDQ. $20 from Borgie. At Voligen, hope you are holding up that meme sign. Unfortunately, the meme sign was but a temporary thing. It is now simply a whiteboard. Awesome work all week, guys. What a wonderful stream. Amount goes to Voligen's choice. Well, I'm going to still push Hail as the name for Magus, because remember, we want to be able to hail the demon Mugosa.
Fulgent really likes memes.
I love memes. Frankersy.
No.
Now, it's actually important to go through these text screens here, because otherwise the quest doesn't activate. So you could walk the rest of the screen with the text screens up,
Yeah.
but...
I do like how doing that too makes it so you're screaming across that palace
You
room
should
about
plant it secretly!
Such a secret. So Dalton here will counter every attack that you do. So when you do a dual tech like this, like Falcon hit, it counters whoever you selected the action with. So here we want to be sure to select it with Chrono each time, so that Chrono always gets countered. Because we don't care if Chrono dies at this point.
Yeah, we're gonna be...
spoilers much.
Well, we're gonna be upgrading him soon.
And then there for the last Falcon hit, he paused for just a second before selecting it. And that's just because sometimes if you do it too fast, Dalton will survive like with 1 HP after this fire attack, and that's just really annoying.
It's less of a concern in our marathon route because of giving Luca an extra magic tab from the mountains or nice guy, but I'd still like to make sure it doesn't happen.
Make sure.
But speaking of beloved parts of the soundtrack, I think it's time
Yeah.
for the Ocean Palace.
Time for the real best music in the game.
This
is
was
a
my
close
favorite.
second.
This is my favorite for a long time as well. I've kind of cycled through a bunch of them.
Okay, so after this little detour here, we're going to set up Save Anywhere.
And Save Anywhere will be used for a skip just a little bit later on.
I'm definitely a fan of how the music doesn't stop for fights in the Ocean Palace, too. Really drives home the point that something big is about to go down.
I have to say, it's really nice when games have the level of attention to detail that this one does. With little touches like that.
So this first battle, it's unavoidable, but fortunately you can just run away.
The rest he's going to attempt to skip. Some of them are not too hard, but one
Like these guys.
he's probably going to, yeah. Ooh,
Nice. That
nice.
was
Very nice.
close. And here you just don't want to touch any of them.
Pretty good pattern from them, too.
That was good. Now here's where he's going to use the save anywhere.
Yeah. When you have Save Anywhere active, you can actually shelter anywhere you want to.
So what he's skipping here, there's a forced encounter. But more importantly, after that, there's Massa is down there, and when you talk to him, it switches over to the Queen and shows a cutscene again. But we're going to skip that cutscene as well. So see, Massa's not even there.
Because Massa doesn't spawn until after the encounter that we skipped.
And this elevator, unlike later, does have a set number of fights.
You can run away from this first one, but then once you start the elevator, there are 3 battles that you can't run away from.
And you could also see him set up RNG manipulation for later.
Yeah, when he loaded his file just before the Massa skip, it was setting up the RNG.
For a very important fight coming up. One that can go very poorly without it.
Yep.
A couple quick donations. We have $100 from Fan202. As a rule, I donate exclusively for Abda Jr. doing GDQs. So I guess I'll just have to call puwexil Abda Jr. 2 from now on. Hi, best friend number 2.
Up to Junior.
And $100 from Jar Mustard. This week has been amazing, but I'm still hungry.
One other thing you have to watch out for with these battles is whenever a character learns a new ability or a new double tech, it resets their memory cursor to the top. And so you just have to kind of be careful that when you're selecting Falcon Hit, because sometimes Chrono or Ayla will learn something new and then it resets their cursor.
Yeah, so if I was just mashing heedlessly, I would have done a Cyclone instead, which would have done about nothing to them.
Would not have been very helpful.
Much less than a Falcon Hit.
And depending on which enemy he targeted, possibly trigger a counter.
This fight can be really annoying in a casual playthrough because it's designed to be fought by the most common party of Chrono, Luca, and Marl because they are vulnerable to their color, fire, lightning, and ice. And if you don't have those colors, they can be quite annoying, but thankfully Falcon Hit hits very, very hard.
Everything's weak to Falcon Hit.
Yes. And at the Swallow, too.
So this next room has a couple skips that are kind of tricky, but not too bad once you get the hang of it. So normally when you run into that scout there, it triggers this battle. But what you do is you go around it, and when you come back down, you just have to make sure that you walk into it and not run. Because if you run, you'll get stuck, and then the fight will commence. I can't think of what word I want.
Trigger.
Initiate.
Yeah.
Begin.
Boring.
Wow.
I was always kind of,
Chrono's getting a little exercise there.
I've always found
Impatiently waiting for the bridge.
I've always found the perspective in that room a little weird. With
Yeah, it
the bridge and
looks
the
like
way
it's-
it goes in to the door.
Looks like it's kind of going through the light on the bottom.
So if you had skipped one of those battles, or messed up one of those battle skips earlier, you can do a safety save here and save and reset for the Golden Twins. It's actually a pretty easy reset, but he didn't need to do that. So now this battle's going to go just the way we want it.
So the AI for these guys is similar as before. When you hit them with an element, they will switch their attacks to that element. But because of the way that their attack order works, we can kind of abuse that.
Yeah, so whenever they switch what element they're doing, their ATB gets reset. And then they're also vulnerable to sleep. So we just take advantage of that so that they don't get attacks in unless we want them to.
This fight is deadly if anything goes wrong.
So here we're doing fire too, because if we tried to do Hypno Wave here, it would miss. So we just do fire too, because we need a little bit extra damage too.
Yeah, and since we're changing their element again, their ATB will reset and prevent them from getting a turn.
And then one important thing he's been doing is not selecting Falcon Hit until Luca's ATB is filled up all the way. That way he can just select her attack while they're doing Falcon Hit. But then this one, he's not going to do that because we actually want them to attack before Luca takes her next turn.
And they're a rare use of the Lapis item to heal everyone. Because they get hit by this twice.
Yeah, each golem counters with this move when you kill them, so we just want to make sure that it's most important for Luca and Ayla to survive. Chrono, again, we don't care about.
That would be a lot more dangerous if that attack was not Shadow.
And that's it for the Golem Twins. So I can't think of any better way to commemorate the extremely dramatic and touching cutscenes coming up now than to have some donation comments for Doctors Without Borders.
I knew.
No.
Well, we have $100 from Mud Toberg. I've been watching for years and was hyped when I heard that it was a short drive away and finally in Minnesota. But work and life kept me away. I would have loved to be in chair watching this live all week. Instead, I will donate what I can. Every run and everyone participating in this is awesome, and I wish I could be there in first person instead of third. Good luck, and I wish everyone the best. Minnesota nice. And we received $50 from Zero Miss. It's kind of an interesting cross-game thing going on there. So happy to see my favorite JRPG being Speedrun. GDQ has been consistently getting more and more epic each time, and I can't wait to see what other crazy things it'll accomplish in the future. Here's to all the runners and all the people putting together these superb marathons. Keep up the awesome job. All right, this is a really important fight, so I'll let you...
All right. Get ready. Wait, I didn't get a turn. What?
You are killed by the butterfly mouth.
Okay, good fight.
Yeah.
So, getting back to donations.
Yeah, I challenge anybody now to unsee Lavos' open mouth as a butterfly. You can thank her 7-year-old for that one.
We have $100 from FN Hell to Pay. So just wanted to donate again to say that this SGDQ has been a great success and to thank all involved in making it so. Let's keep moving toward trying to double last year's SGDQ total, or at the very least 1.3 million. Put this money towards hugging the original nerd girl, Luca.
It is kind of nice that we can't skip this cutscene because a lot of the plot threads really come together at this point in the game.
And $111.11 from Bones. You guys rock. Good luck with the rest of the CT run. This is the first SGDQ I've seen live, and I have to say it's made me very proud to be part of such an awesome community. Let's hit that 1.5 million.
Yeah, this scene is even more dramatic, in my opinion, in the remakes of the game, too, with the Akira Toriyama-drawn anime cutscenes that they added in. Along with Frog cutting the mountain and a number of other points. But if you want to find out what happens to Shala after this, you kind of need to play Chrono Cross.
Oh, Magus is a bit of a point of contention for that.
So now's a great time for a reminder that you're watching Summer Games Done Quick 2015. This is the finale of our event. We've been speedrunning games for nearly 150 hours over the course of this entire week, consecutively, back-to-back. Speedrunners from across the world running all sorts of games, literally from Yoshi's Island to Chrono Trigger and everything in between. And we are facilitating your donations to Doctors Without Borders, a fantastic organization that provides medical support to those in need around the world. We have just received another anonymous donation with no comment, and this one is in the amount of $1,000. Thank you very, very much for that. We also received $50 from Radical Dreamer. It's looking like a long shot, but maybe we can still steal the jewel of the donation record tonight. Here's $50 to help out. Remember that AGDQ 2015, just a couple months ago, raised over $1.5 million for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Can we top that? Well, keep sending your donations and we'll see.
It's definitely possible.
We received $50 from Brian W. 1 million hype. Let's see if we can get 1.5 million in the remaining few hours. We received $30 from an anonymous donor. One of my good friends is always bashing on speedruns and how they ruin games. However, look at how much money speedrunners have raised for charity with their awesome skills. I thought this would be the perfect game for me to donate during because it's one of my friend's favorite RPGs, and I just know how much he would hate to see it beaten so quickly. All of you speedrunners are awesome and inspiring. Keep up the good work and never stop going fast. Donation goes towards Runner's Choice.
Speaking of Runner's Choice, I think the bell is starting to toll for naming Magus, too.
That is correct. I believe you're planning to cut off that bid war when you defeat Dalton Plus. And the standings are still currently massively in favor of Wubby, which is driven by a campaign by one anonymous donor. Whereas the grassroots campaign for Hail as the Magus name is currently lagging behind by about $7,700. But let me tell you, the followers of the Demon Chocobo are strong in number and spirit. We will not be stopped.
So that shopping segment is important because when we get all of our equipment and money taken away, we will skip the chest that gives us all of our money back. So we use that to buy a bunch of healing items that we'll need throughout the rest of the run. That way we're down to very little money left over, and not recovering that chest is not very big of a deal.
But you do get all your equipment back, so you don't actually need to get all of those.
Yeah, you don't actually have to pick up the chest that has all your item stuff in it. It just gives them back to you afterwards. But we will get the one. Now I'm trying to think. No, we will get the one with the items and stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff in your inventory. We won't be getting the one that has their currently equipped stuff. But you will get that back afterwards anyway.
Yes, the only thing you can permanently lose is your money, and we basically don't have any because I spent it all on healing items.
Doing your part for the local economy.
Mm-hmm. Help rebuild Zeal. Hopefully under new management.
I think Dalton would hope that too.
And you'll notice that much earlier in the game when we sold all of our weapons to do the unequipped glitch, we made sure to keep a hold of a weapon for Luca, which will play an important part here.
Yeah, so Ayla, since her weapon is a fist, they can't really take that away from her.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose they could.
Continuing the theme, continuing the theme of incompetent prisons. Yeah, they do actually, in fact, take away your equipment, unlike Guardia Prison, but they don't really do anything to keep Ayla from fighting.
A fun fact is that you can actually use the unequip glitch to unequip Ayla's fist and then sell it. And then it's just gone.
So since Luca and Robo don't have any weapons, they're present here in this battle, but they are not actually targetable, but their sprites will actually block the enemies. So puwexil kills the left enemy, and then these two on the right can't actually do anything.
They can't get over to Ayla to attack her. They try. So here it's very important not to mess up the RNG in that battle. You want to be sure to kill the bite on the left before it gets an attack in, otherwise that will mess up the RNG. And we need it for this next battle coming up.
And there's the plasma gun that we kept in our inventory just so that we can equip that to Luca and skip having to pick up the chest with her items in it.
Yeah, Nick. Yes, we know Vulcan.
Turret.
So this turret here is even harder to kill than Rubble. But because of RNG manipulation, we're able to do it.
Yeah, because it's got more HP and it doesn't stick around as long as Rubbles, and it also attacks you. But if you get 2 back-to-back criticals, you can kill it.
There we go.
Get another 100 tech points.
Here comes another very difficult boss.
True that.
I mean, you've seen how nasty the other 2 golem bosses have been, so...
I mean, this is the boss of those golems, too.
Golem boss. Are you having trouble deciding what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
What?
How does this work again? I mean, what
Did you
we-
forget?
are we
Do I need to
supposed
check my notes?
We're supposed to manipulate him by like changing
see.
his element or something. Yeah, pull up
Hang
his
on,
notes.
where are my notes? I closed them. Wait,
What?
uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's right, that's how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it is possible to kill the golem boss, and in like a casual playthrough you should, because it's worth money and experience and stuff. But in a speedrun, it's considerably faster to just crank the battle speed back up to 1 and then just let it run away, because it's scared of heights.
You're breaking the 4th wall. Stop the music! And Houston. There must be a Houston somewhere.
Yes. Thank you, Ted Woolsey.
That must be located somewhere in the southwest, Zeal.
So even though I selected Rock Throw, Ayla attacked and did a critical. That was actually a counterattack from the Rage Band accessory that I equipped.
Yeah, so because we're still on the RNG manipulation, we knew that Dalton would attack Ayla and that she would counter with a critical.
It is amusing to see her picking up Dalton and just tossing him back into the cockpit.
Yeah, throw him off, throw him off.
Well, maybe it's smart in a way, because he might just be able to use magic to float down safely. This way, he hits hard, because he doesn't have time to cast the magic.
So Magus Cutoff is coming up pretty soon.
And then also, Dalton does counterattack if you use elemental attacks on him with an attack of the opposite element, but he won't if it's the final hit. So that's why we were doing physical attacks, which just gave us Iron Orb, which can't kill us, and then used Flame Tackle for the final hit.
Yeah, because if he used Fire Tackle earlier in the battle, he would have countered with Ice too.
I don't know, do we really want a demon pressing the Y button? Yeah, this part does amuse me because this makes me wonder if like the controls for the time machine are a big Super Nintendo controller sitting in the middle of the cockpit.
Push the Y button. What about R? Why does nobody use R?
So I'd like to go ahead and give you guys the Magus name right now and make a quick announcement about that. First of all, before I give you the name, I just want to point out that we had one donor, an anonymous donor, send in 9 donations, mostly with no comments, but this donor donated it individually by themselves $51,000. Please
Goodness.
give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for supporting MSF and SGDQ 2015.
Thank you so much.
And
That's incredible.
With the power of their wallets, they have spoken. The name for Magus will be Wubby.
WUBBY.
That is the correct spelling. I would just like to remind you guys real quick that after Magus's name, we do still have a couple bid wars open for this game. We still have an ending choice between, well, that's actually later on. The first thing we have is the Chrono Hug bid war, which will cut off in a little while. It's still a little while before they go to Death Peak. But if you want to get your donations in for that, choose whether he has Luca or Marley hug Chrono upon Death Peak. And then we also have a choice of the ending between the balloon ending and the epic ending at the end of the game.
You can change my runner's choice to the epoch ending too.
Will do.
My runner's choice can be a balloon ending then.
Oh. So now when we get a donation that says runner's choice, what do we do?
Well, he has the controller right now.
He's the runner right now, so.
Ozzy face is good too.
We also get to see why the 3 stages are all in different periods of time.
I'm more a fan of if you have Frog here and he says like, "So thou art that urchin."
Okay, Magus skip coming up.
Okay.
Another very important skip.
Okay.
Got it. No, we really don't want to fight
Yeah,
Magus.
if you
'cause
say
that
yes
would
to
end the
fighting
run.
Meg, yeah, GG if you pick yes to fighting Magus.
Also, he doesn't join your party, and then that massive amount of money would have been...
I know it's a common question for Chrono Trigger speedrun, or for marathon speedruns. of
I
Chrono
spelled it
Trigger.
right?
You have, yes.
Okay.
It's a common question as to why you don't offer a bid war to kill or join Magus. Could you explain why that is not an option?
It's because of this that I'm about to do right here.
The cat?
Yeah, we couldn't see
Yeah,
the
I mean, do you want to disappoint that cute purple kitty? But yeah, it's also because Magus is like 20 levels higher than all of my other characters right now. Like, maybe it's 15 to 20 basically, and he has access to all 4 elements in the game and a really high magic stat. And yeah, he's part of why we can just kind of continue the rest of the run all the way to the final boss without having to stop and level grind at all. Plus, he can also participate in some triple techs too. The one which we'll actually be using in the route is called Omega Flare.
Also, the subject of one of the Yeti's shirts. Which
Omega Flare shirt. Yep.
I believe that sale is over. Is it? I cannot
it?
recall.
So we're not going to the Black Omen right now. That's gonna be the last.
Yeah, raise your hand if you tried to go there and then got killed by the Mega Mutant the first time you played this game.
I honestly don't remember if I did.
I think I did.
So now we're gonna start on all the side quests, which is what makes this 100%. So the first thing we're gonna do is the Northern Ruins, where there's the ghost of Cyrus. So first you talk to the carpenter, he says he's lost his tools, so we're gonna go get him tools from the future.
Yeah, we've already started a couple of them with the jerky and talking to the woman about the plants and zeal.
Right in the kisser.
And the order that we're doing the side quests in is pretty different from the last time that Chrono Trigger was in a GDQ marathon. That's all thanks to a runner named Ottavino that put a lot of work into rerouting the 100% speedrun and finding just much more optimized strats for the side quest part of the game.
Yeah, part of it is movement on the world map. That's optimized. Some of it's RNG manipulation and just, yeah. That's a lot of work to route this part of the game.
Here's another instance where we need to make sure that we close a text box before we leave the room, even though we can freely leave at any time.
I think you need,
Yeah, you
it
don't
just
have-
needs to
you just-
appear.
yeah, it just needs to appear
That
in
one.
this case.
All right.
Yeah.
But you can leave too early nonetheless.
Unnecessary comma.
You can get more equipment from him there, but we don't need it. We just needed that suit.
Yeah.
It gives her extra fire protection.
And this is also why we're doing the Northern Ruins side quest first, is because we have to come and do the to 1000 AD in order to get the tools. So we just use this as an opportunity to get the Tabin suit as well, which we need for a fairly shortly upcoming side quest.
So here we're giving him power tools. I don't know how he's going to use them in the Middle Ages. So you can fade out glitch this first cutscene with him. You talk to him. But you have to be kind of careful because you can actually walk through his sprite there, so sometimes it's kind of hard to tell if you actually talk to him or not when you're skipping that.
And of course, he finally gets the tools. He's like, oh, sorry, we can't do it. You gotta kill the monsters for us.
They did at least fix the hole leading to the monsters. Gee, thanks.
And we have some more RNG manipulation here because a lot of the enemies in here will do final attacks when they die. We just want to make sure we get as few of those as possible, as well as none of the really bad ones.
Yeah, they can do either Grudge, which this, if we did the RNG correctly, that will be the only one that we see. So they can do Grudge or they can do MP Buster, which that would be really bad on Megas because then we'd have to give him a mid-ether.
MP Buster steals all of your MP.
So then for this next battle, in order to get none of those counterattacks, we have Luca attack first. So even though she misses, doesn't actually do anything, that sets up the RNG so we get no counters.
We're very, very, very lazy people, by the way, too, and just use our time machine to fly across town.
So you can't fade out glitch this cutscene here because you actually have to pay him. So it won't let you skip that and skip paying him.
You have some time for donations during this?
Yes. Got a
Alright.
fairly lengthy cutscene coming up here.
Sure thing. So, we've got $100 from Sylvaner. Congratulations on yet another amazing event. I've been a long-time viewer, but I'm a first-time donator. I figured I should start now with such an amazing cause, giving Luca a hug. Well, I guess donating towards MSF is also pretty sweet. I look forward to seeing you all next year. We have $20 from Flyer Fi. I've been watching so much SGDQ this week, I started having actual dreams about it, so I figured I should get in one last donation. Thanks to everyone for making these events so much fun to watch and for helping such a great cause.
And this cutscene is always a little interesting with Magus standing right there.
Yes. Normally you'd switch Magus out just because coming up there will be some cutscenes that are a little bit shorter if he's not in your party, but yeah, this cutscene with him there.
It's just too good. I mean, even though Magus can do triple techs if you equip certain special rock accessories that activate them, I'm one of my few disappointments with the design of this game is that Magus, being a secret character, doesn't get double techs with other characters. Because like, what would Magus and Frog's double tech be like?
It'd be just them attacking each other.
Yeah.
Forget the bad guys.
Maybe it would be like the backlash of their attacks clashing, damaging everything around them.
Or the bad guy gets the confused status effect.
We received $50 from Andrew Sunny. First time watching this live, and I'm so happy this fundraiser still exists. So are we. Looking forward to catching up on all the runs I missed. The tribute to Iwata was touching. Thank you for keeping the dream alive. And $150 from Laser123454321. Yeah. Just wanted to thank all the runners this week for the amazing entertainment. Chrono Trigger hype. $30 from KJudson9. You guys rock. Been watching throughout the week, and I even introduced the kids. You've inspired the next generation of speedrunners. Essentia, would you like to tell us about your next generation of speedrunners?
Oh, my kids, yeah, my 5-year-old, she's always talking about, I'm going to speedrun FF12 when I grow up.
Which I have to say is an excellent choice. Not that I'm biased.
You mispronounced terrible, Alan.
No, I didn't. I think you just misunderstand the nature of how awesome that game is.
Maybe since she's the next generation, she can speedrun Chrono Cross.
We received $199.90 from Dravinus. It says, been watching on and off this week. Awesome event as always. Glad I could catch the finale and donate to a great organization and cause. $30 from Kensai. It's been great having this on as background noise at home while working. Congrats to the entire community for making this year's SGDQ so successful. And thanks all you runners for devoting so much time to helping those in need and providing us with hours and hours of fun. And a $1,000 anonymous donation. Thank you, Puwexil and Essentia, for being two true nerd sages and for sharing your RPG wisdom with the world. Also, big love to everybody involved in SGDQ. Your idealism and generosity in support of MSF warms this game-loving doctor's heart. This goes to Luca Hug and the balloon ending, which I confess I never saw back when I played Chrono Trigger. Hope the sages of the nerds will reveal it to me now.
How are those bid wars doing?
We'll get you an update right now. So the next one coming up that we will be cutting off will be, I mean, not for a little bit, but it will be the Hug on Death Peak, and that will be between Luca and Marley. Luca is currently leading with $14,489 to Marley is $10,799. So a difference of about $3,700. And the ending choice is currently Balloon Ending in the lead at $7,000. Epic behind at $6,000, so only a $1,000 deficit there.
Well, we went to the end of time and picked up the Chrono Trigger, but we're not actually going to be going to Death Peak and reviving Chrono for a little bit. That was just basically for map movement optimization. Because when you leave the end of time, you always start in the middle of the world map.
You also see that he put some of his armor back on, mostly just to make sure that our fire defense is increased against this guy.
So the way that speedruns used to do this battle before we had RNG manipulation was you'd cast Ice 2 on them, and then whichever flame didn't counterattack would be the one you were supposed to attack. But that's very time consuming. So we just manipulate the RNG so we already know which one it is.
And also who he attacks with his single targeting attack.
So here it takes 10 attacks to kill it. So after you attack the flames 10 times, you just wait, and then after a little while, it dies.
So with the ruby vest on Ayla and the Taban suit on Luca, they both take reduced fire damage, and that's a much less scary attack.
So there is a mid-tonic on Ayla, and that's for something that will be... Well, we won't see why for a while.
There we go. Son of Sun defeated with no red vest or red mail, which is the safe way to do it. So the Moonstone is our ticket to a very, very special weapon for Luca that we'll be acquiring right now. But first it needs batteries.
I'm pretty ready for this weapon, puwexil.
My body is ready.
You better be ready.
Received a $100 donation from D. Ballin.
Oh, hey.
In 2011, it cost me $700 to buy Magus's name. The fact that his name alone has raised tens of thousands this time is a testament to how much these marathons have grown. Good job, everyone. Congrats to all for over $1 million. See you at AGDQ 2016. And $50 from Nurgle109. Using my favorite RPG to bring doctors to those in need moistens my eyes with happiness. You guys rock. Put this $50 toward chrono-hugging Luca. No matter the time period, we nerds don't get embraced enough.
So here, since we give the jerky to the lady in the Middle Ages, clear back just after we fought Masamune, we can just go and get the Moonstone right away from the mayor there.
Yeah, ordinarily you're expected to buy more jerky from, I think, Poor Village, and then give it away at that point in order to make the mayor of Poor less greedy. But we already took care of that.
But apparently Dalton comes over and makes Poor rather evil anyway.
He gives them bad jerky or something. I think we're going to need some help from the audience here to commemorate acquiring this next weapon.
Wonder Shot!
And sunshades. So the Wonder Shot is Luca's strongest weapon, And it's a little silly because it has a random attack multiplier that's impossible to manipulate even with our RNG manipulation because it's based on the in-game timer value. So we're going to be having some fun with that, including actually at least attempting to kill the final boss with it instead of using a different glitch.
Yeah, it's always possible to get the blunder shot, which is the less than 1% attack modifier. It will drop it to very low damage values.
So normally to get here into the Giant's Claw, you're supposed to do a side quest with Toma where you get Toma's pop and pour it on his grave. But you actually don't have to do that.
The entrance is just there.
It's not visible, but it's still there, so you can still enter it.
I just like to beat the rush and remind you to pick up the prism helms.
That's not for a while still.
Oh, kitty!
It's okay, it'll land on its feet.
So I have a theory that that's actually Chrono's cat. So in one of the endings, his cat runs away and runs into the gate. And so it winds up here in the Middle Ages. There's one there, and then there's one when you fight Ozzy in his fort. It comes and pushes the switch. That's Chrono's cat. That's
And
just
there's,
time
Wow,
traveling.
I've actually never thought of it that way.
Hanging around the Middle Ages.
Doesn't Janice have a cat in Zeal as well? Maybe the cat got sucked into the time gate and wound up as Chrono's cat?
Or maybe that's one of Chrono's cat's parents.
So we're still on RNG manipulation here so that we can actually kill these rebels.
Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot to switch in Robo.
Oh.
That's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, because you've got Ayla still.
Oh,
That was a blunder shot.
blunder shot.
Yeah. Let's see if I can still kill it. Let's get the tech points for Luca.
Yeah, it's most important for her, but... Oh, she didn't actually have the blunder shot on. No wonder it was a blunder shot.
Yep.
I just assumed you had it equipped at this point.
I believe that's average.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the
Okay.
backup strat, and it still worked, fortunately.
Let me just check, because I don't know if that is even actually going to... Well, we'll see if that actually matters as far as letting
Yeah.
Uzi punch in time.
I don't know.
If it does, it's going to be pretty minor.
Okay, so Rust Tyranno is normally just a really much longer version of the Black Tyranno. So it's boring. We're going to skip it.
Oops.
Oh.
I don't think I got it.
Yeah.
This is the longest fade-out movement sequence in the game, but very well worth it.
This is a very long battle.
Even with how much we've powered up and with the Wonder Shot, it's just, he has a lot of health.
25,000. He's actually the second highest HP boss in the whole game. A little too heavy.
Prism helms.
Jogging robot. This is just a very minor glitch where if you hold a D-pad button while this cutscene is loading, it makes your party leader perpetually run in place here.
He's just really excited about getting the rainbow shell.
You know, Robo's just all about a healthy living.
So we're not actually going to finish the Rainbow Shell quest yet. Now we're going to go. Now we're going to go do the. Now that we have the Sunshades, we're going to actually go to the Genodome and do the Mother Brain quest.
Get revenge on Mother Brain. So in this place, almost every battle is unavoidable, and they're inescapable as well, meaning you can't run away from them. So this is actually a really good place to earn tech points, especially since everything here is weak to lightning.
This is pretty much the best grinding spot in the game because you can do this conveyor belt sequence over and over again if you keep leaving the dome and re-entering it.
We're only going to do it once.
Yeah, and then thanks to having the Sunshades, which is an accessory that just increases the damage of all of your attacks by, I want to say, like 25%. Magus is capable of one-shotting all of the robots you have to fight here with lightning too.
We have a $50 donation from Bez asking, can Robo hug the Epic? $100 from Rain of Soak.
Hey, Rain.
Oh, Rain.
It asks, why are people all on Luca's side? I mean, she gets the dark and brooding Magus. She also has a Robo and crushes the evil Lavos. But cheers to you all on the couch. I'm glad to see this come full circle from way back in 2011. Also, $100 from Sleepless. Could we ask Gaspar if he's got a few more Chrono Triggers lying around? Maybe we can revive the frames killed by saving the animals. Also, give Luca the hug.
Yeah, so the only battle you can really skip here is that little robot wandering around. Pretty much everything else in here you have to fight.
And that's not entirely a bad thing, too, just because we do gain a lot of level ups in this place.
So any battle that has those laser guards in it, they're very fast, and so you have to be mashing pretty fast to be able to attack before they do.
Yeah, even on battle speed, too. Jump on right now.
We got $25 from Honorable J. Does anybody remember when the donation goal for these marathons was under $10,000? It's scary, yet awesome that there are now people generous enough to donate more in one shot than some of our original donation goals. Here's to hoping the rest of the marathon is wonderful and not blunderful.
Agreed. So I'm basically just clearing out all of the fights other than that one in the corner there, just because I do need to get past past these robots here eventually, so I'm just going to fight them now.
$20 from Nessus. Been watching Games Done Quick marathons for a couple years now, and I love what you guys are doing. The great commentary, the variety of games, the welcoming atmosphere. Really enjoyed Essentia and puwexil's FF6 run last year, and Chrono Trigger is a great way to end things this year. Already looking forward to AGDQ 2016.
Get special robot in the corner there too.
So of course, this place you have to get the 2 Poyozo dolls, which require a certain amount of things for each of them. And one of them requires doing a fair amount of stuff. which is partly why he's just having to run all over this place.
Sometimes after that battle, that door will open up.
Yeah,
Have you ever figured out why?
I know. I still have no idea why it sometimes does.
Yeah, it's weird. So he's just gonna dance for a little bit. Why not? Oh, a speed tab
Yeah,
showed up.
Just conveniently appeared under that doll after about 7 seconds.
Yeah.
One of those things I don't think any of us knew of as kids. Or even as an adult, which I was when I first played this game.
I didn't know about that speed tab until like this year. So now you have to get this robot to follow you, and it can be really annoying. He likes to get stuck on walls.
Yeah, I like to think of this robot as sometimes having secret of mana AI.
And then you got to be careful not to run into this robot here.
Or Knights of the Old Republic seeming to get stuck on nothing.
So this is why he came and fought the robots that were here before, because otherwise your robot that's following you would run away when you fight them.
The Vigil Hat is a nice item. It's not strictly necessary for much, but it does lock all status, which is something that's going to become important later on.
Yeah, the Vigil Hat protects you against status effects, and that's going to be very important, like all throughout the Black Omen.
Yeah, and one of the things is that we are picking up extra items just that we can sell at certain points. I think you've already done most of that already, though.
The Vigil Head is, it's for status protection for Chrono in the Black Omen.
There's a save and reset there just to manipulate the RNG for Mother Brain.
And Atropos too, right?
Oh, and Atropos,
Yeah.
yeah. Can't forget Atropos.
No.
Yeah, Atropos is pretty tough. Remember she gave me trouble in my first casual playthrough?
I love this trick.
So yeah, you're not supposed to be able to move there, but he managed to flip that switch, which allows him to move
Oh,
around.
look.
And you get to see all sorts of magical things happening during what is supposed to be the Atropos fight.
Hey, it's Mother Brain. I just did,
Well,
Part of her.
I just did this game's version of the Zevatites.
A little bit of her shawl.
So yeah, Atropos is still there.
Yeah, so this is activated by activating the cutscene where he hits that switch and where Atropos first shows up
And he's
at the
doing
same time.
He's doing a bit of what you've seen before by moving in and out of the range of the text boxes to make them disappear sooner.
So right after I activated this glitch, one thing they did was he switched his party order. Yeah, that was silly. But he switched the order of Luca and Magus. You have to be able to do that to be able to actually move around. If you don't switch them, then you're just stuck there in one spot.
We've got
Take a look
Lightly
into the
touching
upper
scene.
left.
And then you have to make sure that Atropos is off screen when the battle's supposed to start, otherwise you will actually get into the battle.
Yeah, that little purple thing in the upper left is also one of those laser guardians, just with a glitched out sprite.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you look at this scene and not just break up into tears, puwexil?
Well, there's more magic coming up in just a second here too. So I switched to Ice 2 here just because the laser guards have less magic defense than the other robots in this place, and Ice 2 has about a 2 or 4 second faster animation than Lightning.
It's about
2.
a second difference. It's about Ice 2 is the fastest, Fire 2 is about a second slower, and then Lightning 2 is about
You
a
see
second slower than that.
the Piozoid dolls disappeared at the beginning of this fight because you're not supposed to be able to place them yet.
Before fighting these laser guards, and then something very magical happens when the game reloads the sprites for the Puyozo doll, or tries its best to at least. And we get the damage numbers from the game's battle system, including miss. Yeah, I don't like missing.
And then Mother Brain's sort of there. Okay, are you going to defeat Mother Brain for me?
I'll defeat Mother Brain for you.
Since
Essentia.
apparently I'm not very good at defeating Mother Brain.
You will play that game someday, though.
Hey, I've played it for like 2 minutes.
Okay, you will fully play that game someday. If I have anything to say about it.
It is an excellent game.
So one of the important things here is we do not want to kill all of the consoles.
That's why he's using Dark Bomb, because he will leave at least one of the consoles alive.
Unfortunately, they can have sleep mode activated.
If you kill all 3 consoles, then Mother Brain starts using some nastier attacks.
And Robo is slightly confused.
Not for long. Oh, is Magus gonna survive? Oh, okay. 3 HP, we're good. Yeah, so that battle was all planned. We knew exactly what was going to happen. That Magus would barely survive.
Dear Force!
You defeated Mother Brain!
And you did it without any super missiles.
I did. Just with a big shine spark assisted by Luca. Okay.
And a few power bombs.
So next order of business is to the Sunken Desert side quest that we activated by talking to the officially named Plant Lady in Zeal Kingdom.
This is the one side quest that we would be doing in any percent if 100% hadn't been met.
Now, one thing that's notable about the Crisis Arm, which he just equipped, contrary to what many people believe, it's not about your HP being low, it's about the final digit of your HP that determines the damage it deals.
And you'll see that Robo has a 9 in his final digit, which is going to make him do a large amount of damage.
So I'm not really supposed to have Uzi Punch on Robo learned by this point because of that mess up in the Giant's Claw with my party swapping. He's a little short, so I'm just going to fight 2 quick battles in the Sunken Desert in order to finish that off.
And normally you'd just run away from the battle here. But yeah, we want Uzi Punch for the next boss. It's going to throw off the RNG for it, but it's not a real big deal.
It doesn't really matter that much.
Quick donation or two while he gets through this tiny bit of grinding. $50 from Amish Engineer. Hello from Lancaster County. We can make it to 1.5 million. Runner's choice for the ending. Roll D4 to decide. Wet. Odd is balloon, even is epic. We don't have a D4. We'll flip a coin.
Randwood.org.
I knew I should have brought my dice to this event.
So here he's just fade out, skipping the cutscene here where Red Knight first shows up. And then where he appears is random. That's not manipulated.
Yeah, and you'll see that Robo is going to do a large amount of damage to Uzi Punch now with the Crisis.
Because the Crisis Arm gets an attack multiplier based on the ones digit of Robo's HP. And because of the manipulation we did for Mother Brain, that's a 9. So this is actually going to be doing, well, you'll see in just a second.
A lot.
Yeah, basically over double what the Terra Arm would be with Easy Punch if I use that.
This fight is important as well because particular manipulation we're going to do with the order in which we kill the 3 parts.
Yeah, if you kill the core, then the other parts start doing a lot nastier attacks. But if you kill the other parts first and just leave the core, it will run away after a little bit of time, and then you don't get any tech points from it. But we want those tech points, so we want to be sure to kill the core and then kill the top part right after, or the other way around.
It's actually really good that he didn't hit Robo since the manipulation is a bit off.
So then this should kill it. Yeah.
I do miss the older strategy here, which was just to basically just to use the Wonder Shot and hope for really good rolls, because it made it a lot more exciting.
We will be using Wonder Shot though, don't worry.
Yeah, these cutscenes coming up are where we are going to get the Green Dream, which is a big part of a glitch we're going to be using a couple times coming up.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cutscenes now, so we can probably do some donations.
Yep. Sounds great. We've got $50 from JBone37. First-time donator here. Thank you to all the runners and staff at SGDQ 2015 for making this another successful and memorable event. It has been the highlight of my week watching you guys speedrun through all my favorite games. You guys are truly amazing. And $10 from an anonymous donor. I'm staying up till almost 5 a.m. just to watch this run. Great to see you running this great game for a great cause. Give Luca some love with a hug, and let's see the balloon ending. And $50 from O'Danry. I'm a first-time watcher today. Never seen this until today. I just want to donate because you guys are awesome. Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Please keep it up.
Poor Robo.
Robo-thump.
When his head is open like that, it reminds me a little bit of Dr. Finkelstein from Nightmare Before Christmas, actually.
$10 from Sibril. I'm really glad to see how far the speedrunning community has gone to help those in need. Keep up the good work and good luck for the rest of the run. And $100 from Bill S. Congrats for all the great work SGDQ has done this year. $50 from Trillium. First time watching SGDQ. I love the nostalgia and hope this is the format to do donations rather than telethons for everything to make the world a better place. I like this format too.
Definitely.
So yeah, this is another example of being able to enter a password that you already know beforehand. It's again not required to read the note to know the password.
It's actually not even required to save Luca's mom, but in addition to being very, very, very disturbing if you don't do it, it ends this faster if you enter the password. It stops the conveyor belt.
I mean, she did ask a demon to help her.
Demon.
So she just sold her soul to a demon in order to come through that okay. There's more text in this cutscene here too if you don't save Luca's mom too. I remember the first time I played this, I found the note that said what the password is, but I couldn't figure out how to actually input it too. Like I didn't figure out that you had to actually examine the machine.
That happened to me as well. I kind of figured out that you needed to examine the machine, but I examined it from the wrong place, and I couldn't enter the password.
Yeah, I didn't notice the little flash either.
So here we're setting up for Yakka the 13th.
Prism Helms.
And this,
And the Prism Helms
The
too.
Prism Helms, yes.
this is where we will see the first version of that glitch we've been
Yeah.
talking about.
Which we will say very little else about until we actually do it too.
We still have a bunch of cutscenes before that happens, though.
Oh, did you say cutscenes?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Why? As a matter of fact, I have so many donations to read. $25 from Manukas. It says, "Oh, Chrono Trigger, you bring back so many good memories. I've been watching GDQ for the past few years, and I want to send a big thanks to all the runners for their time, their generosity, their jokes, and for being such great people. Wish you all the best all the way from Guatemala." I wonder how many Guatemalans are currently watching the stream. Well, if there's more of you, please send in your donations. He also says, "Love the Tyranno Lair music, it's so awesome." So as you can tell, we're a little bit behind, but it's all good. $30 from Hanson234. "You guys are so fast that by the time I found some time to actually sit down and watch the marathon, you'd already gotten to Chrono Trigger." We are known for speed.
Better late than never.
Regardless, you all do great work. Keep it up. And $50 from Josh21. "What you guys are doing is amazing and inspiring. Thank you for all the entertainment all week. I can't wait for the next Games Done Quick event." $5 from Skyblade. "This is the last I'm able to donate this year. Even with all of my donations combined, it seems like nothing against the total we've amassed. But then you realize just how many of us have come together and how many tiny donations have added up to this total. I love being a part of this community, and I'm looking forward to the next marathon."
I just love that yelling sprite for Marley.
Her Death Glare sprite is pretty good, too.
$100 from Kratos Sauron 0. "Thanks for taking the time out to raise money for such a great cause through the power of video games." It's in the comment, like with capitalization. $50 from Fenrishi. "Greetings from Sweden and the STHLM esport community. As every year you people blow it out of the water, hosting an amazing event, doing crazy speedruns, showing everyone the generosity of nerds. Thank you so much." $50 from Ensign Lovell. "Watching the stream live for the first time this week and really enjoying it. Put the donation towards the balloon ending. Looking forward to seeing the marathon and Lavos and with Wondershot." You can tell my voice is getting a little bit cracked, by the way.
It's getting a little shot over there.
Yeah, no man, Wondershot. $50 from William. "You guys are amazing. This is the first time I was able to watch a GDQ live, and I've enjoyed every minute of it."
Prism helm.
Prism dress hype.
Save helm.
Save the helm, kill the dress.
Yeah, selecting the dress here is not good, and it's the
It's
default
very bad.
option.
Well, we got a little bit more to do before we get to that all-important decision, though.
First of all, is the king going to be guilty or not guilty?
Yeah.
You notice how it's soldiers being the jury members this time instead of the old men?
Guess it's a military court. I want you all to know that it's taking a lot of effort for me to not whistle along with this music right now.
Same here.
Same whenever Frog's theme is on.
But whistling never comes over the microphone well.
No, it doesn't.
I like how Marley's sprite doesn't change size at all from the background, so she's just gigantic when she bursts through the stained glass.
Shoutouts to jumping through a solid pane of stained glass.
Yep. Coming out completely unscathed. Also, shoutouts to Chancellor Face.
See, I thought the others followed her. So then why does she let him in through the door?
They chickened out and jumping through the glass.
They're like, no, thank you.
I can understand Magus, but that sounds like something Ayla would have no problem
Oh, yeah.
with.
Okay, so Yakra can be kind of nasty.
Yeah.
He wants revenge for his ancestor that we never fought.
Like, he can confuse you.
Like that. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Magus is confused. That's not good.
Yeah.
Do you have any way of healing that, puwexil?
I might have some items there, but
I,
where are
she's
they, though?
confused.
Yeah, now she's confused too.
hey, there, he attacked the right
Okay.
person. Maybe
80
we're okay.
damage. He's only got a little over, well, around 16,
Marley.
18,000, I think, to go.
Oh, there goes the healer.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Ouch.
Well, at least you got this. I mean,
Yeah.
that,
Come
that's
on, you
something.
can do it. Way to go.
Wait, what's this? I didn't actually damage him.
Well, you did the 80.
Yeah. Hey, but I win! Yay!
It's actually really important that we give Magus the green dream because he's the only one with enough health to actually survive that final attack right now.
So anyway, what we just did here is what we call the elixir overflow glitch. Does one of you want to explain it?
The very simple version of the explanation is that when you use the green dream to use the re-raise ability once per battle, there is a short window of time in which if you use an elixir, the game thinks that there are no valid targets for the elixir because your entire party was dead a moment ago, and you can target the enemy with it. And if the enemy has health larger than 16,000 or 16,000 and some change,
Yeah.
then you can overflow their health bar with by healing them for more than that and
More than the
give them-
game's capable of tracking.
give them negative health, and then they just die.
Yeah, it would be used against both forms of Lavos as well, except for the fact that you guys donated and met the incentive to kill with the Wonder Shot.
Yeah, there are only a few bosses where the elixir glitch is actually possible. Only a few that actually have enough HP for that.
And that's why the 80% route still does that side quest to get the green dream, because it's very important for killing Lavos at a very low level.
Because remember, this is being able to target enemies with healing items is a glitch. You can't normally do that in this game.
Prism dress.
Speaking of which,
Wait, you're confusing
You got that
me now.
backwards. So can we get the prism dress skip?
let's. I need some serious time for this.
Everybody put on your prism helms.
Prism dress.
This is where we need LLK's shiny hat.
Yay!
You got it! Yeah, that's ended a few runs, just mashing A there and choosing the prism dress. They even asked you, are you sure? And if you're not paying attention, yes. Oh, no, wait, no. I wasn't sure.
Hey, Ralcoon is a prism
Oh,
helm
nice.
on now.
Thanks, LLK. LLK actually did the artwork for our banner and our badges here, so. Whoop.
Oh,
Here.
Yeah, so the Prism Helms give you a boost to magic defense, but more importantly, status protection against all negative statuses. And there's a number of enemies and bosses coming up in the rapidly dwindling remainder of the run that can confuse you, which is very nasty. And then we also got the Rainbow Sword, which is Cloud. We've been awake for a while. Chrono's strongest weapon, and then also the Prism Specs, which are an upgraded version of the Sunshades.
okay, is everyone ready for this?
Yeah, I think we're gonna need some help from the audience
We
for
are.
this next part.
Okay, everyone, we need everyone to participate.
You guys got to sing along.
I want to hear everyone singing, okay? Nobody.
Yeah, there was
can get
about
away.
I think 12,000 silver points donated for
12,500
song.
silver points. We got to do
Got a
this.
very important detour for the chicken.
this. All right.
They call me
Gato, I have metal joints. Beat me up and earn 15 silver points. Oh, there's more, though. We fight him 3 times, and we're going to sing for each one.
Shout out to Ted Worsey for being a great localization guy, but
Wondershot.
not so great at writing song lyrics.
I lost, you won, here's 15 points. Now wasn't that fun?
You kind of have to cheat the lyrics to the song, and everybody kind of does it a different way.
Yeah.
Gato, I have metal joints. Beat me up and earn 15 silver points.
This is the point where if you could mash fast enough, the soda mini game would be
Shot! Hold on to that, please. We need that for Lavos Core.
I lost you one, here's 15 points. Now wasn't that fun?
Are we singing the Japanese lyrics?
I'm going to sing the Japanese lyrics for the next one.
I don't
I
know.
wish I
Japanese.
don't know them.
Agon Sarasu Ora Wasu Yoi Ora Nikatara Shiruba Pointo. Mediocre shot.
Yeah.
Mediocre shot.
If you get the blunder shot, the weakest possible shot, that actually won't even kill him too, because he has 76 HP.
Here's 15 points.
Now wasn't that fun?
So ideally here, we were talking about it earlier, if you could mash fast enough, you would want to go do the soda mini game instead of fighting him the 3rd time, because then you only need 40 silver points to play the game that we need to play here.
Yeah, and I think the soda one is worth 10,
But you'd have to be able to get it on the first try.
which I am very much not capable of doing.
Me neither.
All right, very hard mini game here.
Yeah, and this is the reason why we picked up a whole lot of extra equipment throughout the run.
Hey, you think you can do it?
You're going to be okay?
I think I can. I think I'm fine.
What? Hey!
Hey,
Well, that wasn't very good.
Well, I guess we need 40 more silver points,
I'm
right?
bad at following directions. Oh, this is a lie too.
It's
Yeah,
actually
he says. Yeah, he says it's 30,000. It's actually 60,000. He lies.
Yeah, but that's one of the actually one of the reasons why reviving Chrono, which is what we're going to be doing next, is one of the last side quests we do, because if we have 60,000 gold, which we get in our route between selling just pieces of equipment that we pick up along the way, and then also from all of the fights that we did since the Blackbird, we can actually skip playing the Simon Says mini game and just buy the clone outright, basically.
because the mini game does take a decent amount of time.
And if you mess it up, then you'd have to try it again.
You'd have to fight Gato 3 more times.
It also allows us to rearrange some of this going on here on Death Peak, where instead of having to grind on the little crackers, we can just fight the skippable Lavos shell.
Speaking of Death Peak, I think it's a good time to remind people that the cutoff for the Chrono Hug incentive is going to happen very soon. I believe we're going to do that when you defeat the second lava spawn, correct?
Yeah.
Or I thought it was when we start the 3rd one.
I think we moved it back.
We
to
did
Yeah.
move it back. Okay,
buffer time, basically.
that works.
No.
So make sure you get your donations in for that ASAP.
Is that our last new?
No, there's news in the
No.
Black Omen.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the 2 new shopkeepers.
There's news in Chrono Cross too, or a new.
Well, one's the shopkeeper, the other takes you up, but yeah.
No, not well. He's still sleeping. Just
Yeah. He tells us to let him sleep, so
Yeah.
he fell back asleep immediately.
Okay, now this is probably the world's most sturdiest plushie here. Yep, it can block the wind.
The sound effect always makes me think of Final Fantasy VI.
Almost like the games were made roughly around the same time by the same company.
Yeah, really.
That skip right there is actually harder than it looks.
And this one is hard because they move randomly, so you don't
Yeah.
know what they're going to do.
You just got trolled by their movement pattern there.
Yeah. If you're lucky, you can just run right in between them.
If they're in a bad place, it can take longer to wait for them to get into a better position, so often you'll just go for it if they're in a bad lineup and then just run away.
You don't say. So then, in addition to the money management, doing Death Peak very late lets us actually win these Lavos spawn fights very, very fast and easy. Because they've got the heads have 4,000 HP, and with having the sunshades, the prism specs, and also the experience from fighting in the Geno Dome, we can actually just kill them with 2 fire tackles, which is before they get a second turn. So we don't need to heal during the fight. And these are then also kind of the next evolution of rubbles and turrets too. They're worth 120 tech points. Actually, you know, Luca's tech points are looking pretty good because of those extra fights I did. I think I know what I want to do.
Oh, do you have enough for it?
Yeah, because she's only 100 away.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well then.
I guess
There's
I
the
lied
second
then.
level spawn.
Yeah. Bye-bye. This isn't actually part of the normal route because normally we kill it to get its tech points, but because of the little oddity with this particular run where I had to do extra fighting, but
whoops.
I should be avoiding this. I had to do extra fighting, but Luca didn't actually miss any tech points. I could just actually run away from that because that specific Lavos spawn isn't coded to be a boss.
Yeah, that's the only lava spawn you can actually run away from. That second one there.
Alright, I believe we need to know our winner for the hug now.
Absolutely. Well, the hug will be going to Demon.
Hugging a demon.
The demon hug.
A demon chugabo. Huh? Maybe not.
So normally for this part here, you just have Frog, Ayla, and Robo, which makes this cutscene as short as possible. Oops, sorry. But since you guys donated, we put Luca in.
I don't actually remember how the game prioritizes if you have both Marley and Luca in your party. I would
I
guess
think
that it would
Marley.
probably
I think
be
Marley hugs
yeah.
her.
I think
Yeah.
Marley gets it.
But, so anyway, yeah. So since we want Chrono to hug Luca, we just make sure Marley is in the party too.
And then if you have Magus, there's a little bit extra dialogue. So.
There we go. Now we have Chrono back. We only have one side quest left to do. Two, well, technically two, but we just have Ozzy's Fort and then the Black Omen. Oops.
Or not.
Still overcome by the emotion of the Death Peak scene with the character names we have too.
So how's the ending bid war going over there, Vologid? The ending bid war?
Pulling that up right now. One moment. So the current status of that bid war, it's actually very close right now. Balloon Ending is in the lead with 8,773, but Epic Ending is only behind by $472. So plenty of opportunity to get your donations in and make a decision there.
So when you enter Ozzy's Fort, you don't want to have Magus in your battle party because there's extra dialogue then. But once that's out of the way, then it's time for what we call the Omega Flare party to start to show its stuff.
Also, this can be referred to as Skip Fort.
Fade out.
Fade out fort.
Yeah.
That's my nickname for it. Because, yeah, you fade out, skip pretty much every cutscene here.
Yeah, so I faded out to skip. I think it was Flea was the first one there.
Yeah, the flea battle, and then that cutscene where he.
Oh, I didn't actually. Well, this cutscene's
Oh, well,
hilarious though.
this is the best cutscene
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, I thought it's pretty close to the door, and I thought I hit it.
Also, I like the desync on his
Yeah.
hand and the crank.
Bye-bye. I like how they just kind of blink, like, what?
Yeah. Ozzy's in a pickle.
Did you say Aussie Pickles?
Ozzy pickle.
Oh, see pickles. Okay, then here you would fight Slash normally.
But we're not normal, so we're not fighting him.
Okay. And you could fit out skip this right here, but it's not worth it just for that first part. But we're gonna skip the second part. could go over to the right to activate the cutscene, but it's faster to just go up, straight up to that treasure chest there. Now this is the one battle that you can't skip in here.
Yeah, just because it starts as soon as you enter the room, so you have no opportunity to set up the fade out glitch.
And now, Omega Flare.
Bye-bye.
So counterattacks? Nope.
Yeah, normally these guys each counterattack whenever you get them, which can cost a lot of time and be kind of dangerous. But Omega Flare's great.
So yeah, Omega Flare is the main reason why, pretty much the main reason why we did all of that stuff involving like fighting rubbles and turrets and lava spawns and stuff, was to learn all of Luca's techs, because she's the only one that needs like a really expensive in tech points tech to be able to do it. Because for Robo, it just uses laser spin, and Magus uses dark bomb, which are fairly cheap techs.
And you have to skip the cutscenes here twice.
Yep, and rip Ozzy.
See, he's gone. That's good. Okay, now all we have left is the Black Omen.
Which is the game's final dungeon, although this game's very unique in that the final dungeon is actually completely optional. But it's not optional for us because we consider the Black Omen a side quest for 100% purposes for the category definition.
This is another really difficult boss that was a stopping point for a lot of casual playthroughs.
So this is why it's very important to have the Prism Helms. So if you don't have something that protects you against status effects, you get confused right there.
Yeah, but since we're immune to that, and the Mega Mutant doesn't really have that much HP, it's just meant to be a gatekeeper for the Black Omen until you've done some side quests. It just takes Dark Bomb and Omega Flare to kill it.
So now we're going to switch around equipment a little bit and change our party. So there are a bunch of required battles that you have to go through. And you could just keep your Omega Flare party and just cast Flare on them to kill them. But instead what we're going to do is switch in Chrono and Ayla so that we can kill everything with Falcon Hit. 'Cause Chrono has the Rainbow Sword and the Prism Specs, so now Falcon Hit kills almost everything in just one hit.
Yeah, there's only really one type of monster in the whole Black Omen that can survive a Falcon Hit with this setup. Which is these, actually, although this particular battle I can just run away from.
Yeah. Also, another advantage to using Falcon Hit instead of Flare is that you don't have to worry about running out of MP. This Falcon Hit is a lot cheaper. Then Ayla also has the dash ring, which increases her speed and pretty much allows you to be able to run away from the battles before any of the enemies get a turn.
Yeah, because there's a couple that are actually pretty tight to run away. Just to open the menu to set up the runaway glitch before you get attacked. The extra 1 speed from the dash ring over the speed belt makes a little bit of a difference.
So many speed tabs skipped here in the sake of speed.
So sad.
Kind of ironic and
So-called speed.
sacrificing speed for speed.
So this guy, yeah, you can only run past him. Well, if his eye is open when you run past him, they get into a battle. So we just like to go in and out of the room until his eye is closed. And this one, there isn't a way to avoid it.
Very nice that you actually can just run away from these, though, because those sidekicks actually have a pretty nasty fire attack. Like this right here is actually one of the fights that I think is a bit harder to run away from without the dash ring, just because those fly clops are really fast and often get a lightning attack off.
Okay, we need good luck for the elevator.
Yep. There's 2 elevators in the Black Omen, and each one has when you touch the switch, you get a random number of fights between 0 and 3.
So the most battles you can get is 6 on the 2 elevators combined. The fewest you can get is 0, which we've actually seen happen twice in practice.
Yep, both times in marathon practice.
So it's not recorded, but it can happen. Not gonna happen this time though. There's another one, 2 battles.
Oh, and this one.
Seems like a great time for some donations. Possibly, unless you get lucky. $50 from Mendacious Mike. Hi, Essentia 4 and puwexil. Just wanted to give y'all a shout out for doing such a great job speedrunning through Chrono Trigger. It was one of my favorite childhood games, and I've been waiting for its speedrun since SGDQ started on Sunday. Keep up the great work, and what a great way to finish SGDQ 2015.
Thank you.
Yes.
You'll see that puwexil tried to steal from one of those enemies. If it had succeeded, he would have gotten a mega elixir, which would have just been nice for safety.
So I did dodge the goons, which is the worst possible fight you can get in the elevators.
Oh,
Nah, I
got
wasn't
that
close
one.
enough to the wall.
A lot of these battle skips in here are pretty tight.
Yeah, as in you need to be on the pixel hugging the wall in order to dodge the trigger.
And there, he also picked up a haste helm, which gives you exactly what you think it would give you, speeding up one character's actions by a pretty significant margin, which is highly useful.
I'm a big fan of these things named in the DS remake, Blubber Hulks.
Yeah, but because he has the amulet, which also locks status on Robo,
It'll be the Nova armor. I
the
think.
Nova, yeah. He will be able to put the haste helm on his slowest character.
This is a
making
really
turns.
trolly fight here, just because the shield builds movement pattern and speed is both random.
So you just kind of go for it and just hope that it doesn't appear in front of you.
Basically, though, tough skip there,
Nice.
got it.
Ooh, good luck there.
It'll just make Robo's turns line up more nicely with the other characters for Omega Flare.
Second
Oh,
one's
wow.
trolling you though.
Yep.
Come on.
This has happened to me enough times that if the first eye is open when I enter this room, I'll just run into it and run away from the fight. But
Oh my gosh.
if the first eye is closed, I'll wait out the second one. But yeah,
There,
that
finally.
probably took longer than just running from the fight would have been.
Yeah. Then these two, you can wait for them to both close, but that usually ends up taking more time than just getting into the battle.
Yeah, especially because you can usually run away before both of them use lock all. Triforce.
Then this next battle skip is a little tricky. You have to wait up here for a certain amount of time for that turret to turn so that it doesn't see you. But you have to do it while it's off screen, so you can't actually see it.
Yeah, I basically just did enough testing that I found that if I just walk down to the head of the stairs and then pace back and forth 3 times, that lets me time when the turret is rotated away.
Unfortunately, those eyes just stay closed.
There are several fight triggers in this room that I just avoided.
Now here's the Giga Mutant, but it turns out you can just fade out glitch this one.
Yeah, there are quite a few mini bosses in the Black Omen, but the Giga Mutant is the only one that you can just skip completely.
Okay, second elevator.
And donations. We have $100 from an anonymous donor. Growing up, I always had to sit and watch my brother play Chrono Trigger. I'm glad to finally watch someone who knows what they are doing. I can see why this was anonymous. Thanks go to everyone that have put together yet another great GDQ this summer.
Why, this wouldn't happen to be like your brother, would it?
That would not be the case, as I was the one who had to watch my brother play Chrono Trigger.
I just like how when Luca casts Flare on the elevator, it centers on Chrono like she's trying to blow him up.
Well,
Okay.
3 total battles.
3 total battles, that's average luck.
It's very bad elevator luck for donations, though.
And then all the battles on this screen are inescapable. So you actually have to fight them all.
The one coming up after this one you can avoid the trigger for, though.
Yeah, if you're careful here. Nice.
Red more speed time steals.
Oh, there's one there. So now we've got some bosses coming up, so we're switching back to our main party.
So it's been a while since we mentioned that, but scrolling through the save files is just a way of timing the number of frames he needs to wait for the RNG manipulation.
We're doing that in order to just make it so that we know everything that's going to happen in upcoming battles.
It's very important, especially for the one after this, because it can be very dangerous.
So for this one, because it has 8,000 HP and Omega Flare does about 4,000, I needed to wait for it to absorb HP from its bottom half before doing it, or else it wouldn't die to 2 Omega Flares.
So here we fight another lava spawn, and this is where we really need the RNG manipulation.
Yeah, this is completely different from the ones we fought on Death Peak. In addition to not being able to run away from it, it's also got 10,000 HP and has much nastier attacks.
Mm-hmm. This battle can go very badly very quickly if you're not manipulating it. Wait, why are you attacking the shell?
Yeah, it's got a really nasty counterattack.
Yeah, I think you might be in trouble.
Yeah,
What if he hits the wrong person?
I lost track of how much HP it had. So it's not go bad.
Oh, bye-bye Magus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the green dream.
He's okay.
So once again, that's the same as Dalton. It'll always counterattack the one that you triggered the tech with, and since Magus has the green dream on, he just gets right back up.
Now that's how it is with any counterattack. If you use the double or a triple tech, the enemy will counterattack whoever you selected that with. So in this battle, we select the first one with Magus, the first Omega Flare, so that it'll kill him, and then he gets revived with the green dream. And then the second time we do it with Robo, just because Robo doesn't need any more experience.
And doing the RNG manipulation made it so that we that it didn't use its needles attack, which is his most dangerous one.
So then again, resetting for RNG manipulation. So notice he didn't heal before this battle. That's because of this attack. It would have been pointless to heal anyway.
She does it when she hits certain HP thresholds. I'm guessing about every 4,000 damage out of her 12,000 HP.
So here we hit an HP threshold, and so she did it again. She just doesn't get the hint that that's not really working.
that doesn't really work, yeah. Waiting for her to do it a third time is for RNG manipulation.
And that was you just setting your memory cursor, right?
To elixir, yes.
Yeah.
You never know when I might need to heal in the next battle.
This next battle is pretty tough.
Did you forget what to do again?
Yeah, I'm getting so tired. This has been a long marathon.
I know. This couch is so comfy.
Yeah.
It is really comfy. I'm glad the World 9 guys got us a better couch.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yep. The elixir glitch again. Well, we can explain how that works again after the next boss for people that missed the earlier talk. Anybody ready for the return of certain music? So for this one, the elixir glitch is a little more involved just because I need to make sure that Magus's ATB is in a certain place before trying to set it up. Because if you die and revive through the green dream with a full ATB bar, your ATB bar gets reset as part of that. And if I did that here, Zeal would get another turn before Magus did, and then would actually be able to kill him again.
Yeah, so since you attacked her, now his ATB bar is almost full, but not quite. So it will just stay there when he's revived instead of getting reset.
And her face just kind of glitches out there as part of this too.
So once again, that glitch is pretty complicated, and getting into it in full detail isn't really realistic right now, but a simplified version is that the green dream gives you a re-raise once per combat, and you can confuse the game a bit after that re-raise by immediately selecting an elixir. It will believe that there are no valid targets in your party since everyone just died, and you can select the enemy with it. It requires some pretty precise timing depending on which boss you're using it on, and if the enemy has more than 16,000 health and some change, you will heal it for more than the game knows how to handle and underflow its health to a negative value, just killing it instantly.
No, overflow, but yeah.
Yeah, overflow, sorry.
And now, going to have to fight through a bunch of bosses thanks to Lavos, so it's a good time for donations.
Yeah, and because we're cutting off the remaining incentives for the run pretty soon too.
Indeed, we are going to cut off the ending bid war, which I will get you an update on momentarily, right at the end of the Mega Man-style boss rush. In the meantime, I would just like to remind you guys that this has been Summer Games Done Quick 2015. This is the end of Chrono Trigger. We are coming upon the last 10 minutes or so. So we'd just like to thank you so very much for watching our event and supporting Médecins Sans Frontières. Hope I pronounced that right. Doctors Without Borders, a fantastic organization that provides medical assistance throughout the world in places where it is most needed without regard to political boundaries, or anything of the sort. We have managed to raise together $1.2 million this year. This event. $5 million total over all Games Done Quick events, and it has been a true privilege for me to participate in the final run of the marathon with my friends puwexil and Essentia, and Rilken and Alec providing commentary on the couch. Now I've got about 1 million donations to go through. Just to remind you, the ending choice right now, the epic ending is leading $10,599 to $9,797 for the balloon ending, so there's a difference of about $800, and you have just a couple minutes to get your donations in for that. We have $100 from Patrick M. I've been watching the GDQ since 2013, and this is the first time I've been able to watch them live. I just turned 37, so watching SGDQ was one of the highlights of my birthday. I'm happy to donate for the first time to a good cause, and I look forward to many more of these events. Thank you to everyone who has made this event what it is. I hope I can attend in person in the near future. $30 from Bill King. Love this event and all GDQ events. Let's take a moment and have a round of applause for the generosity of all donors of both time-running games and money. So proud of you all. Yes, please.
Don't forget to switch back.
$50 from Zaps, another awesome GDQ. Thanks to all the runners, announcers, and everyone behind the scenes for making it so great. Looking forward to seeing tons of wonder shots. $50 from Genetic. Congrats on hitting 1 million while I slept. Woke up just in time to watch one of the games that stole so much time from me as a child. Great work all week, guys. $50 from Hound. Greetings from Kuwait. Thank you for the awesome event. $30 from Anonymous. First time watching GDQ live. I've missed a lot of sleep this week, but it is worth it. $1,000 from Matt. Shoutouts to the GDQ programmers, Uranium Anchor, SMK, and Cool Maddie. I swear the site looks and plays better every time. $50 from D Mobius. Third year in a row watching both Games Done Quick events. Fantastic, fantastic event, and I've enjoyed every bit of it. Wonder Shot. Man, there's a lot of these. Great job everybody passing the $1 million mark. Then it has 1 million all caps, which I'm not going to try to do again. $50 from Anonymous. SGDQ has been a joy to watch. Thanks for all the entertainment and support for a great cause. Sad to see it over already, but a great way to end with Chrono Trigger. Can't wait until next time. $50 from Roberto, who just says, thank you for another wonderful GDQ. $100 from an anonymous donor. Here's 0.01% of $1 million. Great runs, SGDQ 2015. And $20 from Testagy. Thanks for another awesome SGDQ, everyone. $30 from Anonymous. Just wanted to say you guys do an amazing job every year, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the Chrono Trigger run. Runner's choice for the ending, and I can't wait to see you guys again at the next one. $200 from our friend Damien P. Congratulations and thank you for another incredible record-setting marathon. I can't think of a better finale than Chrono Trigger with some of my favorite speedrunners. Wonder Shot!
And just really quick, that's part of the RNG manipulation to make Lavos set his barrier to shadow for this Magus fight, and you can see it did 6,000 damage, which is just under his max health for this part.
$10 from Yellowbug. Thanks to everyone who helped with such an awesome event. Runners, staff, and donors, of which my wife is, of course, the most awesome. And Luca, at least we got you the hug. $50 from Anonymous. Just got my first paycheck after starting residency to become a surgeon. Hoping to keep contributing to this great cause and maybe join MSF myself. Many thanks to everyone involved, the organizers, sponsors, runners, donors, and the venue employees. Makes me want to start my own marathon. Hashtag surgery is done quick. Or not. $400 from ProLinks. It was wonderful to attend my first GDQ event in person. What a great experience. As a volunteer, I appreciate all the donations that have thanked the staff and volunteers. My regards to the European viewers who were so active when I was the announcer in the morning US time. Shout out to Twitch chat for all the shoutouts during the Saints Row Get Out of Hell run. And my personal congratulations to King Dime, Shiner CCC, and Charlesian, whose marathon runs of Doom Scythe, Super Turrican, and Batman Arkham Origins Cold Cold Heart DLC, respectively, ended up being so competitive with record times. I'm doing $5 for each death in I Want to Be the Bashi. Perhaps I'll see you again next summer. We would love to have you back. $400 from Fathlo23.
Thanks, Fathlo.
Great GDQ, everyone. Sadly, it's almost over. Can't wait to watch the next one. $50 from Andy J. Sports fans have the playoffs, Super Bowl, etc. And I've got GDQs. Thanks for all the entertainment all these years. $20 from Nafujiwara. This one is for the runners. Without their hard work and selfless dedication, none of this would be possible. Thank you for being great. $500 from Anonymous. Thanks to all the runners and staff for a massively entertaining week. Looking forward to AGDQ 2016. $100 from Ben P. You guys rock. Keep up the great work for a tiny bit longer. $50 from Anonymous. The million was just the beginning. Amazing job, everyone. $50 from Princess Nadia. As someone who recovered her ability to walk thanks to doctors, thanks to everyone there volunteering to help doctors help those in need. I didn't like other princesses while growing up. It was all about Princess Nadia. Here's to flying into the distance with Chrono on a balloon. And with that, we will be cutting off the ending bid war. And I'll give you the update on that momentarily.
So just one thing to note, throughout all these battles, he's been trying to keep the RNG manipulation so that the final battles with Lavos will go well. And I don't think you've made any mistakes.
Yeah, not that I've
I think you're
noticed.
still on the RNG. So.
Even if you did make a mistake, there is a point where you could move to a backup strat coming up, but
It makes things a little trickier in the final battles if you have to do a backup.
And the final update is that we will be doing the epic ending with a lead of $203.
Oh, wow. It's close.
Thank you so much for your donations. It has been a true privilege to read them out for you. And I will now leave it to puwexil and Essentia and the couch to finish this run off.
This is the point where if we had the balloon ending, we'd have to actually leave with that gate and crash the epoch into Lavos.
Yeah, the epoch ending is actually the one you normally get in the 100% speedrun, because you just beat the game without actually crashing the epoch. But I like that one a little bit better, just because of the extra scenes that are put in.
And another song that I'm going to have a hard time not humming along to.
Oh, I don't have.
Uh-oh. Don't have it. Normally we would have done double bomb there, but apparently Robo didn't get enough tech points to learn.
Yeah.
Oh well, still. The important thing is killing the arm on the right before it does protective seal.
Yes.
So we were still able to do that, fortunately.
After this fight, we're pretty much going to be done talking because this last part is still pretty tricky even with the RNG manipulation. At this point, Magus could actually finish off by himself, but we do want to revive them for the manipulation.
So coming up between the phases of Lavos and Lavos Core, there's a glitch we're going to be trying to do with opening the menu after the screen fades completely out, which is not something we're supposed to be able to do in order to do some healing in between phases. But then after that, we have something special we're going to try doing. Is what we've been practicing before this is what we thought would be the perfect way to end our co-op run of Chrono Trigger 100%.
All right, here we go. No blunder shot.
Wonder
Wonder
shot!
shot!
Wonder shot!
We were all a little focused and forgot about the timer.
What is our time?
5:04:47.
Whoa. We beat our RPG limit break run by 8 minutes.
Wow.
Nice. All right. So, since the ending was a donation incentive, we are going to watch it, I guess, before wrapping up this marathon. Yeah. This is another part of why I kind of prefer the 100% run over the any percent run, is getting this part of the soundtrack too. A couple weeks ago.
We kind of discussed it, yeah, but we didn't actually practice it until today.
It's really good that he didn't make any mistakes in the boss rush because the backup strat, 2-player, 1 controller, was a lot more difficult.
Yeah, the RNG was a little bit different, so you got a little bit different pattern, and it was more troublesome.
Yeah, using the RNG we got just, from doing the manipulation on the boss rush gives us basically perfect time warp patterns, because we didn't really talk too much about how Lavos Core works, but the era that he teleports you to basically kind of shows what his next super attack is going to be, and we ended up getting his 2 weakest possible ones.
Yeah, Dark Star just reduces by a percentage, as you probably saw, and Spell does a small amount of damage plus a random status effect, which could be nasty, but by then you really should have all 3 of your characters immune to status effects, so it's not really much of an issue.
And then there are some physical attacks that he can do, or Crying Heavens, which would kill either Robo or Luca if they were hit by it. So.
And of course, if they were a little bit too slow, they could have been hit by a very powerful physical attack that would have caused a lot of problems.
Yeah, the fact that he does his physical attack several times is what makes the backup strat a little more difficult, instead of just immediately doing his time warps. Yeah, big shout-outs to everybody that donated for the Wonder Shot incentive, too, because in a normal 100% speedrun, you would actually use the Elixir glitch again on both Inner Lavos and Lavos Core, which was like about 8 or 9 minutes faster, but significantly less climactic. Demon has taught Ugo's emotions.
I just remember the first time my girls saw this part, they were crying.
If you want to understand what any of this kind of theory crafting about the gates means, play Chrono Cross.
Or that might even confuse you more.
Yeah, that too.
Hey, I speedrun it.
See, there goes his cat, and it goes to the Middle Ages and it's just running around all over.
Yeah, then eventually gets adopted by Janice and becomes Alphador.
They dye his fur.
Yeah. Well, hey, purple is the color of royalty in Zeal Kingdom, so.
Yeah, cool cat.
I actually remember there being a book I read as a kid called Time Cat. I remember liking it.
So I think this ending is the closest one to the canon one according to Chrono Cross, because the bell and the epoch being dismantled.
So yeah, if you crashed the Epoch into Lavos' shell, then instead of what's coming up here, you would just have Chrono and Marley float away on those balloons. I like this a bit better just because I like the scenes that they show during the credits better. It shows how your friends from different eras are all still doing fine and setting off on new adventures. Until Chrono Cross. But
Yeah. Then that happens. Did they ever confirm if, like, what happened to Chrono in Chrono Cross?
No.
I've only heard theory crafting.
Same here.
This song's pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this ending was a donation incentive. Gotta watch it.
It's pretty short by JRPG standards too, only about 10 minutes total. Aww. We skipped fighting her too, so this makes more sense too. If you actually killed Magus instead of recruiting him, this part with Frog would be different too, because he'd actually become human again. But sorry, Frog, gotta go fast.
I don't remember. Did the dead soldiers stay on the bridge even there if you do a glitch?
I have no idea, actually. I hope so.
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I've seen a run where it would have shown that, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember if that glitch persists or not.
I don't think it does, but I could be wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong.
Namely Giga Gaia.
That Giga guy face is pretty good.
Our good buddy Ted Woolsey, who I believe was in the credits for one of Villagen's runs too. In a completely different role, I might add. All right, and that's Chrono Trigger 100%.
Can we get one more round of applause for puwexil and Essentia for closing up the marathon?
Good job.
Hey, Chrono Cross.
Yeah, do Chrono Cross now, but yeah, you know, that was a kind of a hard run with a hard final boss, but this is the hardest part of the marathon.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Hi everyone, my name is Jason from Doctors Without Borders, Medicine Sans Frontiers. I want to thank everyone who helped make this event such a success. It went above and beyond expectations from the beginning. Everyone online, everyone on site, everyone especially behind Connor, behind the gamers, and everyone else in this room and around the world. You're helping provide life-saving medical care, whether it's outpatient consultations, surgeries, women's health, child health, in the places where it's needed most. I'm gonna hand this mic off just to Matt Merkel.
Yeah. Wow, I used my real name. I feel like a jerk now. All right, so obviously there's so many people who have come together to help this event, but you know, there's also some highlights that we want to touch first before we get there. So obviously, you know, we've had the record number of on-site attendees for any GDQ event, including AGDQ. So that's pretty impressive. We actually hit our cap of 1,200 this time. We also, of course, had the highest donation total of any Summer Games Done Quick event by quite a large margin. We've had at least one world record broken. We're still working on counting all of them. And perhaps most importantly, Sue, you want to tell the last one?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, and perhaps most importantly, we made Hello Kitty Roller Rescue the most viewed game on Twitch. We would also like to take this time to thank, everyone who made this event happen. Our supporters, Tiny Build, Humble Bundle, The Yeti, Something Artistic, Twitch, Alienware, Capcom, as well as our technology resources provided by World 9 Gaming. Where are you? Come up. Give the crowd a wave. as well as our 24/7 audio engineering support provided by Power Up Audio. Let us not forget our donors, our viewers at home, our on-site attendees. All right, everyone give yourselves a round of applause. Our runners, our volunteers, and our staff from all around the world. As well as our venue here at the Crown Plaza St. Paul Riverfront. We would also like to give a personal shout out to Mexican-based Monkey, who managed our equipment movers over in Denver, helping us get all of our stuff here. And last but not least, we would like to thank our fearless leader, Mike Uyama, who is watching right now, who, despite being homesick, provided valuable support during the entire event. He assisted us with donation incentives, scheduling, and administrative tasks. So let's give him a round of applause. We miss you, Mike.
And with that, I guess it's time to wrap it up. Everybody here wants some serious sleep, including me. So we'll see you guys. Awesome Guys Done Quick 2016. See you guys.